his ministers and ministers of state, to the Honorable Tracy Panton, Leader of the Opposition and members on her side of the House, and to you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, let us now pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their paths, their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, as we gather this morning, I wish to begin by acknowledging that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a time when we come together in compassion, remembrance, and hope. The statistics in Belize remain alarming, yet amidst the struggle of many, often emerges something extraordinary. An unbreakable spirit that refuses to yield, and a community of resilient warriors. Today we celebrate that spirit in one of our own, the Honorable Valerie Woods, Speaker of the House of Representatives. We are heartened to learn that she has completed her prescribed cancer treatment. As a son who has watched his own father battle cancer, I know that recovery is more than just healing of the body. It is about rediscovering joy, reclaiming peace, and living every day with renewed gratitude. So today, on behalf of this honorable house, we celebrate Speaker Woods' milestone and all those who are on their cancer journey, who have survived. And we remember those warriors who have passed and remain our guardians, reminding us to continue the fight to beat cancer. Thank you. With that said, we continue to pray and hope for the best as we continue. So let's start the session today.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must add to what you just said, that it's important to point out that Madam Speaker just finished, as you said, the last one, and she's cancer-free as of now. What she does recognize is we a continuous battle, constantly checking, and medicine pills that she has to take. So our prayers are with her and her family and everybody that's having from fighting this dreaded disease, cancer. I must also add that my mother unfortunately lost that battle when we found out that she had cancer. She was already at stage 4. And despite the fact that she took, I think, about 6 chemo sessions in Merida, she seemed to be doing well, and then just came back one day, and that day, 24 hours later, she passed away. So in her memory and the memory of so many other loved ones, we need to continue to keep this awareness and this battle, a battle that I believe that with time we'll be able to conquer. That said, Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers HR 27-114, the 23rd annual report from the Contractor General for the period April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. Number HR 27A-114, the Development Finance Corporation's annual report for the year 2024. HR 27B-114, Belize Integrated Coastal Zone Management, the ICZM Plan 2025-2030, and HR 27C-114, Belize Social Investment Fund Financial Statements for the years ending March 31st, 2025 and 2024, and Independent Auditors Report.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 28/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund, program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, US $7 million loan motion 2025, and number HR 29/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank, program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, US $7 million loan motion 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Governance and Disaster Risk Management.
Morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 29A/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Bill 2025.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Ombudsman Reports Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 30-1-14, report from the Ombudsman Reports Committee on the 22nd annual report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2024.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Culture and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on two issues of national importance on which the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade has been engaged. One is the full free movement of CARICOM nationals, and the other is an agreement between the government of Belize and the government of the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests, more commonly referred to as the Safe Third Country Agreement. On October 1st, 2025, Mr. Speaker, Belize joined Barbados, Dominica, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines in the commencement of full free movement of CARICOM nationals, a landmark achievement in deepening regional integration under the CARICOM single market and economy. This is integration in action. The CSME was established in 2001, and this achievement reflects 24 years of coordinated effort and planning. This milestone reflects the shared commitment of these participating member states to advance the full realization of the free movement of people within the CSME. It is a tangible demonstration of our collective resolve to strengthen regional cooperation, expand economic opportunity, and promote the mobility of our Caribbean people. The transition to full free movement goes beyond the previous limitations of movement by skill category. Citizens of these 4 countries can now live, work, and move freely without a work permit, without a skills certificate, and without restriction based on occupation. Belize has prepared carefully for this transition, adopting an administrative approach from commencement to ensure a smooth and secure rollout. This includes a monitoring phase to assess implementation and identify operational gaps, cabinet approval, and submission of a finalized bill to Parliament to formalize this arrangement in law, which is forthcoming. Implementation systems in place include a new indefinite stay stamp, which is in use at all ports of entry, affirming the rights of nationals from these participating member states to live and work in Belize. After registration with Social Security, nationals will be able to facilitate access to essential services such as education, healthcare, and social security. Security and health safeguards remain fully intact. Oversight measures ensure that individuals who pose a threat to public safety or who may become a burden on the state may be refused entry or removed in accordance with established procedures. In support of financial inclusion, the Central Bank of Belize has issued guidance to domestic banks to ensure that CARICOM nationals, their spouses, and dependents can access financial services once they have received their indefinite stay stamp. Public information materials have also been disseminated through the government press office and social media platforms, while a CARICOM complaints mechanism is operational at all ports of entry to safeguard the rights of CARICOM nationals. This new phase of regional mobility builds on the foundation laid by the CARICOM free movement of skills regime, which for many years facilitated the movement of professionals in response to labor market demand. It also aligns with new regional initiatives, including an updated CARICOM labor market information system developed with support from the International Labour Organization, and the CARICOM labor and migration policy grounded in data from the Regional Labor and Migration Study. Evidence from other integration blocs, such as the European Union, shows that full free movement does not lead to mass migration, but instead promotes balanced mobility and economic growth. In the EU, only about 2% of citizens live in another member state, with 1 to 1.5 million people moving annually within a population of 448 million. Similarly, CARICOM, with a population of approximately 16 million, recorded just 15,000 intra-regional movements between 2007 and 2018, less than 1% under the skills and establishment regimes. In fact, within the first week of implementing full free movement, only 7 Barbadian nationals arrived, 2 for tourism and 5 for business purposes, none of them planning to live in Belize. And on any given year, less than 500 CARICOM nationals under the skilled regime are recorded living in Belize. The decision by Belize, Barbados, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines to implement full free movement of CARICOM nationals therefore represents a pragmatic and forward-looking step toward deeper regional integration, enhancing opportunity and cohesion without triggering population shifts. As we advance, Belize remains firmly committed to ensuring that full free movement is implemented effectively, orderly, and transparently. We will continue to monitor progress, document outcomes, and strengthen coordination among agencies to ensure that this new regime delivers tangible benefits to our citizens and to the wider CARICOM community, while safeguarding the integrity of our national systems and upholding the spirit and promise of the CARICOM single market and economy. I also wish, Mr. Speaker, to report to the House that the government of Belize is nearing completion of negotiations on a safe third country agreement between Belize and the United States of America. There's much speculation and misinformation about what a safe third country agreement is, and therefore clarification and information are necessary. But first, it is useful to put the agreement in context. Belize is a party to the 1951 UN Refugee Convention. We have a long and proud tradition of effective management of an asylum system which meets our international obligations and that reflects our humanity and solidarity with people fleeing persecution, violence, and conflict. Since our independence, we have conducted several amnesty programs to offer a pathway to legal status for undocumented migrants in Belize, including most recently in 2022. Belize is recognized internationally as a leader on migration and refugee issues. We know that there is vigorous and sharp debate happening internationally around migration and asylum systems. Regrettably, much of the debate is highly politicized, xenophobic, and emotive. The noise does not erode our obligations. The truth is that, like Belize, the vast majority of countries are every day honoring their obligations under the convention, providing refuge to persons needing protection and an opportunity to resettle. Safe third country agreements are not new. In fact, its seeds are sown into the preamble of the Refugee Convention, which recognizes that states need to cooperate among themselves in order to discharge their obligations. These agreements have been used by countries for decades. In other words, a safe third country agreement can be a perfectly legal tool to share responsibilities relating to their refugee obligations in an orderly manner, while also protecting the rights of the asylum seeker. The agreement we are finalizing with the United States is such a framework for cooperation. It rests firmly on our international legal obligations. Under this agreement, asylum seekers in the United States could be transferred to Belize for the determination of their claim. The agreement we are finalizing contains multiple safeguards to protect the interests and security of Belize, including an unqualified veto over who is transferred to Belize, restrictions on the nationalities that could be transferred, a cap on the total transferees per annum, consideration of criminal records and professional skills. The agreement is for 2 years in the first instance, and either party can terminate or suspend at any time by providing written notice. Government insisted on these safeguards. We felt that they were necessary given capacity constraints to manage and support asylum seekers, given national security considerations and the unique characteristics of our small country. The agreement also provides, upon request, financial and technical support to strengthen the institutional capacities of the government of Belize. We are satisfied that the agreement aligns with our international obligations and can be effectively implemented from an operational point of view. Adjustments will be required to relevant legislation. What I can say further is that the agreement cannot come into force until and unless domestic legal procedures have been complied with, which means, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 61A2 of the Constitution of Belize, the agreement, once entered into, will have to be ratified by the Senate. I need to make the point that this is how treaty arrangements are done. For obvious reasons, and this is a well-established practice recognized in the law, there is a case, Gina Miller from the UK Supreme Court, which examines the treaty-making power of the executive. The executive has the constitutional authority to engage in negotiations with countries and enter into agreements unimpeded. Thereafter, for it to have force in domestic law, it has to receive approval by way of ratification and adoption of necessary domestic legal procedures. This is where the Senate and this Honorable House will play our part moving forward. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to underscore that this agreement is a broad framework. Its signing and later ratification does not mean that persons will be transferred to Belize next week or next month. The agreement will only be activated after we have worked out details of an implementation plan and operating procedures, and then, only if necessary, will the agreement even be used. The agreement reflects Belize's commitment to international law, its will to cooperate with other countries like the United States of America, our largest trading partner, our largest market for tourism, our very strong ally in the fight against transnational crime, the largest population of our Belizean diaspora. So we have a strong commitment to cooperating with the United States of America. We also have, of course, a commitment to protection of people in fear of persecution and the values and humanity of Belize. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
broad purposes to this bill. First, shares in a hydropower company, Fortis Belize Limited, previously doing business as BCOL, on the basis of a share purchase agreement that is attached to the bill. Second, to authorize the acquisition of the 22,984,662 shares, the BL Electricity Limited, that are currently owned by a subsidiary of Fortis Inc. Incorporated, based on a similar share purchase agreement also attached to the bill. Third, the bill authorizes for the requisite withdrawal of monies to pay for these acquisitions from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Fourth, to enact adjustments to the existing limits of Treasury bills and Treasury notes, which can be issued by government, and to authorize the Financial Secretary to satisfy the acquisition cost by way of this financing mechanism. And finally, to authorize the divestment of shares in both companies so that government can, as soon as practicable, recover its financial outlays at no less than the price of the acquisitions. With your permission, and since we ask the House's indulgence in taking the bill through all stages today, I will address the substantive purposes of this bill, its background, and the historic implications for all Belizeans now at this first reading, so that the debate at second reading can be better informed and focused. Fortis Incorporated of Canada, a publicly listed power company, first invested in electricity in the electricity sector in Belize in 1999 when it bought a stake in BEL. Subsequently, Fortis acquired the majority shareholdings position in BEL, 70.2%, and Fortis also acquired 100% ownership in 3 hydropower plants, all located in the Makal River here in the Cayo district. These hydro facilities are the Moyahon Dam, inaugurated in 1995, the Chalio Dam and Reservoir, opened in 2001, and lastly, the Vaca Dam, which started operations in 2010. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that in 2011, after a dispute between the UDP administration and Fortis Inc. regarding BEL, government nationalized all of Fortis BEL shares. Then, in 2015, after 4 years of litigation, and by way of the Electricity Acquisition Settlement Act of that year, government returned 33.3% of the shares in BEL to Fortis ownership and paid $35 million for the remaining shares. BEL, as with other utility companies, BTL and BWSL, is constitutionally required to be majority owned by the public sector. And now everybody knows that BEL is a monopoly distributor of electricity, selling power to some 114,000 residential and commercial clients. BEL buys the power it distributes from various suppliers, including imported power from CFE of Mexico, hydropower from Fortis Belize, formerly known as BCOL, diesel power from Babcock down south, bagasse power from Belcogen and Santander, and so forth. The country's 2 largest suppliers of electrical power are CFE of Mexico, providing approximately half of 2024 power consumed, and the Fortis hydro plants, which provided approximately another third. Foremost amongst my government's priorities since 2020 has been diversifying the sources of power generation to achieve greater energy independence while also seeking sources from which BEL can purchase power at lower prices. The bill we introduced today is a positive double play, achieving both of the national objectives simultaneously. The bill will belligerenize these critical hydropower generation plants, and it will also reduce the cost of power sold to BEL by this critical power generation. And I know some people might be wondering, so how come? How did we get here? How did we all of a sudden be the government of Belize is buying these shares or these companies? Well, some months ago, I think it's around May, Fortis informed the government of its intention to sell the hydro assets in Belize. At that point, the proposal was to sell to another foreign operator. With cabinet support, I informed Fortis that government would wish to see this strategic asset in Belizean hands, and so our discussions commenced. And with regard to the shares in BEL, Fortis retained what's called a put option. That's what the previous government put in their agreement. That is a right to sell back the 33.3% shareholding in BEL to the government at any time after 2019. The obligation by government to buy the Fortis shares is embedded in the 2015 Electricity Acquisition Settlement Act. The put option has a fixed price of current book value per share. In recent years, BEL has had to cope with massive increases to the cost of power, specifically from CFE of Mexico. Especially during peak periods, BEL has bought power for as high as 5 times its regulated price cap. 5 times as high. In other words, to keep the lights on, BEL has bought power at prices as high as $2 per kilowatt hour, but can only sell that kilowatt for 41 cents, being its regulated price ceiling. From $2 to buying at $2 and selling it at 41 cents. And I know my good friend from Mesopotamia, the Sheikh area, I really agree with that. Makes no business sense. Of every dollar of revenue collected in 2024, the actual cost of power for BEL was 75 cents. 5 years ago, that cost of power number was about 51 cents. It's gone from 51 cents to 75 cents. So in 5 years, the cost of which BEL buys power from the various power generators have surged by about 50%. In these circumstances, BEL has been forced to increase its own power generation capabilities, expanding the Mile 8 gas turbines to 28.5 at a cost of $25 million, and purchase a new 21 megawatt gas turbine and transformer for San Pedro at a cost of $60 million. All these investments have been done by leveraging the company, by borrowing, since Fortis Inc. has refused any further contributions or investments in the company. Now, to give a little bit of explanation in companies, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, whenever the company needs new capital, all the shareholders are required to put in their portion. So let's say if it's 100 and you own 50, you're required to put in 50. And if you own 1, you're required to put 1. And so Fortis, with 33.3%, was required to put, under normal circumstances, their portion, which would be 33.3%. But in the settlement agreement with BEL, Fortis was excused from putting in further investments in the company. So whenever there was a shortage of cash in BL, BL could never make a call on its owners or its investors because Fortis have said they're not going to put any more money in BL. So in many instances, the government of Belize have had to lend money to BEL. And because it is not fully owned by government, then the government said, well, why are we going to be bailing out Fortis in this instance, that lending them free money? So we have been charging some interest on these loans to BL so that they can be able to pay their bills. As I said, all these investments, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, have been done by leveraging the company, borrowing. Again, the situation amongst the major shareholders, the government, Social Security Board, and Fortis was not equitable and therefore not sustainable. Inevitably, during the discussions about purchasing the Fortis hydro plants, the question of also purchasing the BEL shares arose, and the parties were able to come to an agreement. Government hired an independent assessor, NERA Consulting, to prepare an estimate of the value of the hydro assets. The independent valuation, Madam Leader of the Opposition, you're asking, the independent valuation with access to both historical data and projections of the company, as well as global comparisons, set a figure of $122 million US. Of course, Fortis was asking for a higher price. The final net purchase price is $110 million US, which is approximately 6 times the 2024 net profits. So if you were to take the profits of 2024 and multiply it by 6 times, it would pay off that debt. In the case of BEL shares, the book value for the 40 shares at the close of 2024 was $62,611,826 million US, or $125,223,652 million Belize dollars. That's a price. That's a per share price of $5.45 Belize dollars. The final negotiated purchase price is $18 million US, or 36 million Belize dollars, a share price of $1.56. From $5.44 to $1.56. So government's final purchase price taken together represents a discount of over 30% compared to the NERA valuation and the book value of Fortis Belize and BEL shares respectively. The discount compared to the aggregate prices sought by Fortis is somewhat higher. But it's not necessary to divulge these details given that we had a cooperative spirit with Fortis during the negotiations. I believe that the sizable discount compared to the independent valuation price and compared to the book value respectively is sufficient evidence that the parameters of these acquisitions are extremely positive for Belize. I think it's important to point out that again in the share purchase agreement in 2015 by the previous government, they put a put option, and a put option that valued the shares at the $5.45. And in effect, the government guaranteed to Fortis that whenever they want to sell their shares after 2019, they would have been paid this $5.45 for, in effect, 62 plus million US dollars. And so we managed to get it for 18 million US, something I don't think the other side could have ever conceived. Now, let me outline the plan to finance the purchases and the positive impact that these acquisitions will have on the public finances and the wider economy. As an investment, the acquisitions would be recorded as extraordinary capital spending and would represent around 3.7% of GDP. Much of this amount, 86% of this amount, relates to the acquisition of the hydro facilities, with 14% or so accounting for the BEL shares. So about 14% are for the shares of BEL and 86% is for the hydro. So in its first instance, government will issue treasury notes or debt instruments and will use the funding from the sale of these notes to satisfy the purchase price. The central bank will therefore source the foreign exchange, since payments is to be made in US dollars, while the proceeds from the sale of the treasury notes are in Belize dollars. It is noteworthy that the central bank's diligent management of the country's foreign reserves, as well as the constant accumulation of foreign assets by the commercial banks, are more than sufficient to allow government, with the approval of this Honorable House, to advance this strategic initiative. So the net impact at acquisition will be 128 million US dollars, moving the public debt marginally higher from approximately 60% of GDP to 64%. I know the other side is always talking that our debt is going up, and because we're borrowing, but what they refuse, I think they should know. If they don't know, they don't belong in the house. But they do know that every single year we are paying down loans. We are paying over $100+ million every year on loans. So with the borrow or with the pay, that is why the debt to GDP now continue to grow, that in your mind that it is sky high. So with the acquisition of these shares, the debt to GDP will go up about between 3 and 4%. I should underscore that this temporary increase in the public debt is an increase in the domestic debt stock only. We're not borrowing from abroad. We're not borrowing from private banks. We borrow from our own local resources here in Belize. Moving forward, government will seek to divest these shares in the hydro. In the instance of the hydropower company, at a par. So we're not going to lose the money, we're just going to get back with money. And in the instance of BEL, at a margin that allows a gain for government. So the domestic public debt moves marginally, but temporarily, for purposes of a strategic national investment. The structure of the electricity sector will remain one where power generation is provided wherever possible by the private sector, while power transmission and distribution is the exclusive domain of Belize Electricity Limited, both spaces regulated by the Public Utilities Commission. Divesting the hydro assets is therefore consistent with this structure. Ideally, government would wish to see that the Social Security Investment Fund, as an anchor stakeholder in the new hydro company, given the stable long-term projected returns of the hydropower investments. In the case of the Moyehon, Chalillo, and Vaca facilities, there is a decades-long record of successful operation with power supply contracts with BEL, extending all the way to 2060. Other domestic institutional investors have already expressed and interest, such as the Holy Redeemer Credit Union and other credit unions and several of the insurance companies and probably even the banks. Divesting the hydro company shares to recoup government's acquisition outlay will be a near-term initiative. On the other hand, the BEL shares may require some time before reselling, perhaps to a strategic investor, given the recovery curve upon which BEL is currently embarked, principally due to the elevated cost of power from CFE. Eventually, though, and to reiterate an earlier point, we are confident that the price at which those shares can be sold will far exceed the $1.56 per share at which the shares are now being purchased by government. The projected net effect, therefore, on the fiscal accounts is a short-term recovery by way of the divestment process for the acquisition cost of the hydro facilities and a medium-term gain as regards to the cost of the BEL shares. The impact on the broader economy will be even more beneficial, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, the hydro plants, powered by Belizean waters, is returning to Belizean ownership so that Belizean shareholders will benefit from the electrical power and the profits it generates. From the standpoint of energy security, the standpoint of national security, the standpoint of having local control over the electrical power necessary for our livelihoods and our economy, these acquisitions, and in particular, the hydropower plant acquisition, is a monumental gain for Belize and Belizeans. It should be emphasized that the new Hydro Belize, that's the name we're going to do from Fortis, we're going to name it Hydro Belize, will benefit from the outstanding Belizean management and staff that Fortis has recruited and nurtured during their ownership. The staff is exclusively Belizean, as I understand it, and so we herald that accomplishment and trumpet the continuity that this allows. I also want to inform this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and to the wider public that the interim chairman for Hydro Belize will be Ambassador Lin Yong. Lin Yong, a man of sterling reputation, an engineer, a man trained in business. He was the CEO for BEL, the CEO for Fortis Belize, the hydro, a man that has the wherewithal, the capacity, the experience, the know-it-all to be able to continue to ensure that this company is managed well for the interests of all Belizeans and all its investors. So sorry to disappoint your position, but there's no, what they like to say about retirement boys, when they like to show that phrase, right? Following their master, where they pay the bills. There's no such thing is happening, Madam Leader of the Opposition. It's all above board. I also wish to announce today that upon acquisition, government will eliminate the current 1.5% contractual increases each year in the cost of power sold to BEL by the hydro plants. When the contract was signed, Fortis skillfully included in that contract that every year the price will go up by 1.5%. We are going to remove that 1.5%. So this adjustment at full production capacity will save BEL and its customers, all of us Belizeans, an estimated $46 million from 2025 to 2060. Again, that's something that I said that I will never conceive, I will never think about. This is the only contractual obligation that will be altered so that potential investors can be assured that all other aspects of the various agreements between government, the hydro companies, and BEL will remain firmly in place. Another important benefit of these acquisitions is that going forward, profits and dividends from the hydro plants and from BEL shares will remain in Belize, expanding the pool of resources available for savings and investments. In just the last 7 years, over $300 million have been repatriated in dividends proceeds. $300 million channeled out of the economy between these two investments. Furthermore, the Central Bank of Belize and commercial banks will no longer have to divert their foreign exchange receipts to satisfy this repatriation of profits and dividends out of the country. This new alignment will allow the foreign asset position to expand, further strengthening the Belize dollar and our fixed exchange peg. As a collateral benefit, actors such as the Social Security Board, the credit unions, the commercial bank, and institutional and individual investors will gain an investment source with stable, long-term results. I would like to take the opportunity to appeal to Belizeans, that this is a good investment, it's a safe investment, and advise you all to invest. At the bank you get 1 and 2%. This is estimated that you could get anywhere between 12 and 14% a rate of return every year. So I want to appeal to Belizeans, this is a historic moment where you can be also part owner. So I know a member from Mesopotamia will investor, right? Exactly. And finally, on this, Mr. Speaker, domestic ownership of this strategic asset, in the case of the hydro plants, may catalyze additional power generation by way of a rubber dam. A rubber dam, what they mean is that on top of, I think they're thinking of the Moyohon, the studies have been done whereby they put on at the top of the dam a rubber band so that whenever the water, when it's raining a lot, instead of it spilling over, they raise up this rubber dam. It's very complicated. They were explaining to me, the engineers from Fortis, and then they will be able to capture even more water to produce more energy. So that rubber dam would expand water storage and thus power production, or also the supplementary solar generation installed on the surface of the Chaliro Reservoir as two examples that have been explored previously by Fortis Belize. To summarize, this administration is enthusiastically convinced that these acquisitions will serve the national interests of Belize. These strategic assets are transferred to Belizean ownership. Belize takes a giant step forward. Belize takes a giant step in the direction of energy independence. We secure the most important clean energy generator in the country. Investment returns will remain in the domestic economy for reinvestments. The foreign asset position of the Central Bank of Belize and the commercial banks will be further strengthened in the coming years without the need to repatriate profits. And we will eliminate tens of millions of dollars in future increases to the cost of power sold from hydro plants to BEL. And there's the opportunity, once BEL regains its footing, to actually realize a substantial gain for the public purse through a well-timed divestment of the BEL shares being acquired at a fraction of its book value. In my introduction, I framed these acquisitions as a jumpstart to transformation in the electricity sector. Just a few weeks ago, Babcock signed an agreement with BEL to build a solar plant that will provide 15 megawatts of power to be completed by the end of 2026. Separately, financing is in place to build another 40 megawatts of solar power and 20 megawatts of battery by the Saudi Development Fund, plus 40 megawatt battery power to be financed by the World Bank. And the idea behind the batteries, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, is that CFE, for instance, 2 o'clock in the morning, the price goes down sometimes to as low as 5% and $5 or even less. 5 cents, sorry, 5 cents or even less. And so the idea is that you store up that and then sell it, when the prices are very high, to be able to save money, make profits, and also keep the price constant here in Belize. Separately, financing is in place to build out another, and government is in discussions with a leading global energy firm to build and operate an LNG terminal with a significant LNG power plant, both of which could position Belize as an energy hub and an electrical power exporter to Central America or Mexico, reversing the current dependence on imported power. This is the soaring vision of Plan Belize 2.0. So today, we take one giant step towards energy security, and I urge all members to support this bill and its worthy objections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to rectify and give effect to the FBL share purchase agreement for the acquisition of the entirety of the issued and outstanding share capital in Fortis Belize Limited by the Government of Belize.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the adoption and implementation of the tobacco control policies in accordance with the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which aims to protect present and future generations from the devastating harms of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke, to prevent tobacco use by children, to protect workers and the public from exposure to tobacco smoke, to enhance public awareness of the hazards of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke, to ensure that individuals are provided with information to make fully informed decisions about the use of tobacco, to create a national coordinating mechanism for tobacco control, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I would like to offer some comments in the introduction of this bill. But before I go to my prepared remarks, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I want to just utter a few word, since we are in the month where we have cancer awareness, and I too want to acknowledge, and as a theme for this year cancer awareness, every story is unique and every journey matters. And during our Cancer Awareness Month, we pause to recognize the strength, courage, and resilience of those who face cancer every single day. Behind every diagnosis is a person, a parent, a child, a loved one. Each journey is different, some filled with hope and recovery, others with determination and grace. And as a nation, we stand with every patient, every survivor, every caregiver. We honor their stories. We honor and support their fight. And we commit to raising awareness so that more lives can be saved through early detection. And so we encourage everyone to learn the signs, get screened, and support those affected. Because together, Mr. Speaker, we can make the difference, because every journey truly matters. So, Mr. Speaker, let us figuratively ring that bell in celebration of all those who have won over cancer, especially to our esteemed Madam Speaker. And we also pray for those who are going through the same and fighting this very dreadful disease. And we also remember the souls of all those who have passed. Mr. Speaker, before I end, I also want to acknowledge all our older persons across this country and to our aging population. And I know some of us in this room are bordering that stage. But we must remember to eat well, live long, and age strong. But Mr. Speaker, by way of an explanation, this tobacco control bill, seeks to provide for the adoption and implementation of tobacco control policies in accordance with the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. I want to start off by thanking our stakeholders, our partners in health, such as PAHO, their technical team, the technical team from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and directors, to the opposition members for also participating in our briefing that we had with them. Mr. Speaker, our aim is to protect present and future generations from the devastating harms of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke. The Tobacco Control Bill 2025 aims, among other things, to regulate the use of tobacco and related products, the sale of tobacco products to and by minors, tobacco products packaging and labeling, tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship, and to prohibit the involvement of the tobacco industry in tobacco control policy. Mr. Speaker, tobacco is no conventional product. In fact, tobacco is the only legal consumer product that, when used as directed by the manufacturers, kills 2/3 of consumers. That's a real fact. According to the WHO statistics, there are more than 1 billion smokers in the world, and 80% of them live in low and middle income countries like Belize, where the burden of tobacco-related illness and death is heaviest. Tobacco kills more than 8 million people each year, with about 1.2 million deaths being non-smokers exposed to secondhand smoke. Globally, tobacco use is a leading risk factor for non-communicable diseases, including cancer, cardiovascular disease, chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes. Mr. Speaker, in the Americas, tobacco use accounts for 11% of deaths from cardiovascular disease, 17% of cancer-related deaths, and 34% of deaths from chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. For these reasons, we should be deeply concerned that in Belize, 8.7% of our adult population are tobacco users, while prevalence among young people ages 13 to 15 stands at approximately 15%, higher than the regional average of 9%. Now, in 2025, Mr. Speaker, we must contend not only with traditionally known tobacco products like cigarettes, but with the emergence of new nicotine products, particularly e-cigarettes, which are a growing concern with over 100 million global users, including at least 15 million adolescents. The prevalence of e-cigarettes use among our 13 to 15-year-old Belizean youth was last estimated to be an astounding 12%. We must act with urgency to save our youth. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, as lawmakers, we must understand that the tobacco epidemic is completely preventable with the implementation of effective legislation, policies, and programs. And today, the power of prevention starts with what we do. Let us approach this process with a sense of duty to our people, especially our children and young people, that we choose the health of our nation, our nation's children, over the profits of the tobacco industry. Together, let us proceed with wisdom and vigilance. Many nations that sought to regulate tobacco products met great resistance from the tobacco industry. Their experience was that tobacco manufacturers routinely engaged in tactics to thwart the legislative process. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the interests of the tobacco industry are diametrically opposed to the interests of public health. This is why we must act with resolve, clear in the conviction that we are doing right by all our people. Let us take this decisive step together to pass the Tobacco Control Bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the adoption and implementation of the tobacco control policies in accordance with the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill number 2, 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act number 4 of 2023 to extend the deadline for the formalization of MSMEs and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Just as for a little bit of background, Mr. Speaker, you know that our government has been doing a lot of work with the MSMEs and trying to work with them, provide training, even in some instances financing, grants, loans. And one of the important aspects of all this work that we're doing is we're trying to get them to start to work, move from the informal market economy into the formal economy. And we had already made an amendment to give what we call, quote unquote, a little tax holiday to these small businesses to go and register. And so that they can register without any fear of being penalized. And the interest and the penalties are excessively high. So we have done that, and we've already started to have some very successful workshops or clinics, clinics, that we follow the land clinics, the framework land clinics. So we're having MSMEs clinics. We started in Corozal, and we've already had in Orange Walk, and we had a few hundred small businesses that have come in to register themselves. And what is amazing, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, is that the honourable member from Corozal North, from Corozal Bay, pointed out that the majority of them are women-driven businesses, and that's quite amazing. Now, we would not have enough time to be able to get all these businesses to be able to register, because many of them don't know the process. And so we were continuing these clinics. We want to do it all across the country. And so what we're doing is now to extend that quote-unquote holiday. Mr. Speaker, that was going to come to an end. I think it's either this month, November, or October, November. So we want to expand it to December 31st, 2025. Pretty much that's what we're attempting to do with this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this holiday period comes to an end at the end of the month. It is because of that I'm urging the cooperation of both sides of the House, not for it to go through its all stages. So, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the ambit and focus of the coastal and ocean governance through mechanisms such as integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning process to align with international best practices, to provide with holistic integrated coastal and marine management, including the impacts of human interactions, through effective management of ecosystems within the coastal zone and ocean zones to safeguard the integrity of critical ecosystems, to enhance climate resilience, to promote equitable use of resources within the coastal zone and ocean zone of Belize, to facilitate and strengthen cross-sectoral coordination, science-based and participatory planning for informed decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward amendment. And on the 4th of November 2021, the government of Belize and the Nature Conservancy finalized a debt conversion transaction and signed the Belize Blue Loan Agreement, which I will refer now as the BLA, and the Conservation Funding Agreement, which I refer to as the CFA. Collectively, the BLA and CFA are known as the Belize Blue Bond. And as you know, the Blue Bond is attached or assigned to the Prime Minister's office. The BLA and the CFA are contingent on the delivery of 8 primary conservation targets and are an agreed payment schedule to be realized by the government of Belize by the 8th anniversary of the agreements. Clause 1 of the CFA outlines Belize's obligations to complete a legally enforceable marine spatial plan, the MSP, and designate up to 30% of the ocean in biodiversity protection zones. Class 2 of the CFA outlines further obligations by Belize to deliver key conservation undertakings not directly achieved through the Marine Spatial Plan. As of the 4th November 2024, the government of Belize has successfully delivered on milestones 1, 2, 3, and 4, and is expected to deliver milestone 5 by the 4th November 2025. Milestone 5 of Class 2 of the CFA states, and I quote, "No later than 4 years after signing the agreement, the National Assembly shall approve and the government shall formally sign into law and gazette the revised Coastal Zone Management Act and the ICZM Plan, which the ICZM Plan shall include a chapter on marine and coastal biodiversity offsets." End of quote. Today, we lay before the House the updated National Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan for Belize and the 9 Regional Coastal Zone Management Guidelines 2025-2030 as the overall guiding strategy by government for implementing decisions and actions that affect coastal management in Belize. Accompanying the updated National Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan is the Belize Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management Bill 2025. This represents the revised legal framework for transforming national ocean governance, safeguarding the integrity of coastal and ocean resources, and supporting sustainable blue economy development for people-positive outcomes. This bill also establishes the legal framework for implementation of the revised ICZM plan, which includes marine and coastal biodiversity offsets and the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan to be delivered by 2026. Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate moment, I will ask that this bill be taken through all the stages today. The only reason for doing this, before you get a heart attack, leader of the opposition, the only reason for doing this in one sitting is because the obligation set in the agreement to have this matter passed into law by the 5th of November. And because this is straightforward and is an obligation under the agreement, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet, and I ask for the support from both sides of this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Natural Resource and Environment Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the deoxyribonucleic acid Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to establish the National DNA Database to provide a framework for the operation of the National DNA Database in order to facilitate the collection and use of DNA samples in the investigation and prosecution of indictable offenses, to provide for the management, retention, and destruction of DNA samples and DNA profiles, to provide for the investigation of missing persons and unidentified deceased persons, to establish an oversight body and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, by way of introductory remarks, just about 5 years ago, our administration committed to enhancing our country's criminal investigative capacity through reliance on technology and innovation, and in particular on forensic DNA analysis. The laws of Belize do not currently include any specific legislation to govern the collection and use of DNA samples in criminal investigation and in the identification of human remains, nor to govern the establishment and use of a national DNA database, which can be an extremely powerful crime-fighting tool. The introduction of a DNA bill is therefore very timely in order to establish a national DNA database and to facilitate the collection and use of DNA samples in the investigation and prosecution of criminal offenses and in the investigation of missing person cases and unidentified human remains. This DNA bill aims to achieve the following improvements to our criminal justice system as part of the wider reform efforts envisaged in the Needham's Point Declaration. 1. To establish and operate a national DNA database in a manner that respects a person's bodily integrity, privacy, and dignity, and that is consistent with human rights under the Constitution. 2. To establish indices for the categorization and storage of DNA profiles in the National DNA Database. 3. To ensure that the personal data of a person whose DNA profile is entered in the National DNA Database is protected and not accessed or shared without the requisite permission. 4. To assist the authorities in carrying out an investigation with respect to an offense. 5. To provide reliable evidence for the purpose of prosecution of criminal offenses. And 6. To establish the administrative and procedural framework concerning the collection of the DNA samples, the issuance of a court order if consent is refused by a suspect, the removal of or destruction of DNA samples and DNA profiles held by the National Forensic Science Service or in the National DNA Database, the identification of missing persons and human remains, and the establishment of a DNA Oversight Committee. Mr. Speaker, this bill has undergone extensive review by local stakeholders for relevance and suitability to Belize's context. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to establish the National DNA Database and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that at its rising, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, as it rising today, adjourn to the date be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize. US 7 million loan motion 2025. With your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will be utilized for the purpose stated above, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents and agreements connected therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would be utilized for the purpose stated above, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the International Cooperation and Development Fund, Taiwan ICDF, on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the same loan agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, US $7 million loan motion 2025. With your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House be satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the quality of the labor force in Belize, approve and confirm that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank in the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the quality of the labor force in Belize, approve and confirm that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the adoption of the report from the Ombudsman Reports Committee on the 22nd Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period 1st January 2024 to September 31st, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I move be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Ombudsman Reports Committee on the 22nd Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Ombudsman Report Committee on the 22nd Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following bills be passed this day: the Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025, the Fiscal Investment Incentives Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025, and the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management Bill 2025. As you are well aware, under Standing Order Number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred to the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension and standing order, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Natural Resource and Environment Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bills. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Natural Resource and Environment Committee have concluded their business.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Mic test, mic test. Testing mic. Test, test, 1, 2. Testing. Test, test, mic. Test. Okay. Testing mic. Testing 1, 2. Testing.
check. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. This is a microphone check. Checking the mic. Microphone check. Mic check. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. Microphone check. Testing the mic. Mic test. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Microphone test. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. Microphone test. Good. You good? Mic test. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is a microphone test. Testing the mic. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Microphone test. Testing the mic. Mic test. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Still more or you good? Mic check. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. This is a microphone test. Testing the mic. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Mic check. Check, check, check. Mic check. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. This is a mic test. Check. Mic check. Checking the mic. Mic test. Mic test. Kit. Mic check. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. This is a microphone test. Checking the mic. Telling the world. Mic check. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. This is a microphone test. Test. Mic check. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. This is a microphone test. Testing the mic. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. This is a mic test.
Do More for the God We Love, In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders, is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. We make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean, all your cleaning needs in one bottle.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your gardens. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bubba Pond Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Guys, I'm off to run some errands. Please tidy up this place. No! How did you guys do it?
We got cleaners.
Cleaners?
You know it, Dad.
Cleaner. It works.
Let me see the worshipers in this place. your love is gonna take me higher. To your majesty I will surrender. Take control of me. I want to be free, yeah. To do the things that I love. I need your fire again. Consume me, consume me, consume me, consume me. Your love, fire inside me. Consume me. Your love is like a fire inside me. Everybody just lift up your hands and worship. Listen, freestyle. The devil is mad, but they can't just stop you. Real God
God man stand for the army. Let me see your hands up straight in the air. Let me see the real God man them right there. We not afraid none of them Babylon. You better listen up because we are the rough person of God. From night till the morning, everybody let me see you put your hands straight right up. If you love God, let me see your hands up. If you love Jesus, let me hear you scream. Wow! Listen, I want the strong lions of Judah to roar. Roar. Somebody say roar. Listen, we pull down every stronghold, pull down every wall. We stand up strong in the battle. We don't care what the devil try. We not idle, man. Christian, now go on the back down. Let me see every Christian on our ground. Put your hands up straight in the air now. If you love God, let me see you wave on the temptation. Now we what me tell them? Wave out here now, wave out here now, wave out here now. Everybody just give me same bit, hold on. Listen, ladies. Slow down. There is a name that the devil doesn't like. What's that name? There's a name that the enemy doesn't like coming out of the mouths of the young people. What's that name? Now you know what I want you to do? Listen. When you dance, every demon fall down. When you dance, every demon must run. When you wave, every demon must move. Every demon must get to the place. King Jesus is the only one but praise. We don't care what nobody say. Everybody wait for the one if you love God. Put your two hands in the air. Let me see you put up the ones. With the young lions them. With the fire them. With the lions them. With the fire them. Let me see the ones up in the air. Everybody just wave. What the rest of them. Wave like we just don't care. Where's that? On the corner, me not afraid of nobody. Let me see hands up there. When me people them out of a hump there. Belizean, let me see hands there. Hold on. What them brothers doing sitting down still, man? My youth, stand with me. Stand with me. Listen, it's a Christian party, you know. Everybody get crazy for Jesus, you know. All right. Listen. Them young people, my youth. Where the red Christian them? Put your hands up in the air. Well done. Let me see your hands. Put up. You want more? Real radical. What the real radical? Christian, real radical. Afraid of nobody, never see them on top. Real radical, never see them radical. Radical Christian. Real radical Christian, put your hands up there. What up there? We got them. Real radical. Prophesy to Baileys, every liquor youth in the ghetto man get this. Jesus alone say me praise me, I'm do a freestyle and me just don't care. My name is Emran, me don't know about you. When me tell you one thing, Jesus Christ is true. Me not afraid of nobody, so that's why me have to praise God from night till the morning. Night till the morning, night till the morning, night till the morning, night till the morning. Let me see the man so bright in the morning. Every Christian, languages. Can I sing something for you in French? That's language. That's also a language. Can I worship God in French for you? Écoutez. Tous les jours, tous les soirs, m'a ça quitté papa. C'est pour ça que j'ai chanté, c'est pour ça que j'ai dansé. Mais moi danser, danser, moi danser par Jésus. Il sait tout ça moi pousser, il sait tout ça moi yeah. Listen, all right, let me interpret what I just said. Every day I'm gonna praise, every day I'm gonna dance, and I dance about my Jesus. Jesus I love, Jesus I love. Sing! Jesus I love, Jesus I love, Jesus I love, Jesus I love. Listen, you don't know what I've been through. Let me tell you something. I'm not the man I am right now. Before, my life used to be a mess. Oh no. But without the blood of Jesus, how can I live? How can I breathe? How can I go on, go on, go on? Jesus I love, Jesus I love. Let me see everybody dance. Jesus I love, Jesus I love, Jesus I love. All right, hold it. Hold somebody around the neck now. Hold somebody around the neck. Yeah. Embrace somebody. Listen. Tell this person tonight. Listen. Tell him. Listen. I'm going to sing for the person you hold it. Listen. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know the hell I've been through. Because of His grace, His grace, His grace, sufficient for me. Oh, oh. I should have lost my mind, lost my everything, but Jesus gave me peace. Should have been dead in the grave, down, deep down, but God is King of kings and Lord of lords. Everybody shout and say, Jesus I love, Jesus I love, yeah. Jesus I love, Jesus I love, Jesus I love. Listen, I want to sing for somebody out there. You might be going through so much. I'm singing for somebody. You don't have nobody to hold on to. You've been looking for friends, looking for loved ones. Nobody is there for you, but you know Jesus I love, 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 Jesus I love. All right, I want you to sing a kiss for him. Father God, we love you. Jesus I love. Father God, we worship you. Jesus I love. Jesus I love. Jesus I love. Jesus I love. Somebody scream! Belize, how you feeling? Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's been a long time. I've been waiting to come up to Belize. I don't just get started now. Belize, tell me how you scream. Say why, oh. Say why, oh. Say why, oh. Belize, let me see you jump, jump. Pull up that fire. What up? Everybody, let me see them hands up there. Put them on there. Let me see you put your hands in on the air. Up from there. No, 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 no. Listen. No retreat, no surrender. Life is hard, but we got to find this war like a soldier. No retreat, no surrender. But my way get away. Well then, we got to the way. No retreat, no surrender. Life is hard, but we got to find this war like a soldier. No retreat, no surrender. Everybody back there, listen. Alright then. When me look at how my little sisters growing, obstacles in all the life, me say me pray for them. Life was sad for my mama and her children. In a one bedroom house we used to live then. When me pray to the Father, things got better. Look my bitch and our sister looking blessed, yo. Well, the Lord is my shepherd every day now. Me not gonna give up. Everybody wait, yo. No retreat, no stop. Stop the jump. Everybody jump. No retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no surrender. Whoa, low down. If you love God, let me see your hands up straight to the air. Everybody wave your hand up straight to the air. Say whoa. No surrender. Say whoa. Say yaga, yaga, yaga. Surrender. Wave your hand, wave your hand. All right, me wanna see the mountain on the air right now. Everybody just wave it up. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. This side. Let me see you put your hand in on the yellow. If you love God, let me see them right. Hold on. This side, let me hear you scream. Whoa. Say no surrender. No surrender. No surrender. No. Put your hands on in the air. Everybody, let me see you put your hands up. Let me see you put your hands. Next tune. Young people, listen. What can it profit a man to gain this whole world, but suffer what? So let me see your Christian, put up your band. Put up your band. Disturb and 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 put up a resistance, 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 resistance. When they say you can't make it, what you do you? When they say your man's flop, what you do you? When they say your time is up, what you do you? When they say your man's flop. Hold on. Listen, listen. Father, we rebuke the spirit of disobedience tonight. Listen to me. I want you to sing with me. Listen. When you say you can't make it, what you do? You prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. Sing with me. Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. Yes. When you say you can't make it, what you do? When you say you must flop, what you do? When you say your time is up, what you do? When you say you must fall, what you do? When you say you can't make it, what you do? When you say you must flop, what you do? When you say your time is up, what you do? When you say you must flop. Tell them this one time, we're not wasting time. We not promote crime. What is mine is mine. We hear them call my name. Try to diss my face. Now my man come back. Fire is up hard track. Music is my life. Keep me from all strife. I'm taking back my place. Them here want my face. All of them who said my career is dead. Try to take my breath. Everybody when you say you can't make it, what you do? Disturb and disturb and disturb and disturb and put up a resistance, resistance. Hold on, hold on. I want everybody go on this side. Everybody go on this side, this side. This side, this side, this side, this side, this side, this side. Let me hear you scream! Point your finger so, point your finger so, point your finger so, point your finger so. We going so, we going so, we going so. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Disturb and 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 put up a resistance, resistance. Voila! If you're mad for Jesus, thing I saw. Go, sir. And they cannot three. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Be served, and 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 be served. What a resistance. Stop, stop. My music contagious. It was done and produced by a genius. Well, I know you're believers. Come free up yourself, free up yourself. From night till morning, the destiny comes back growing. Well, it's a physical warfare. Come free up your mind and soul. Everybody rock so, rock so. Raise your hands and rock so, rock so. Side to side now, rock so, rock so. Look at the top and rock so, rock so. I'm feeling nice. I'm feeling nice. The music up in me head. He's ready to raise the dead. What the dancers then? Rock so, rock so. Rock so, rock so. Look at the top and rock so, rock so. Rock so, rock so. Let the music take control of me. I can feel it is so heavenly. Like a shepherd father rescued me. Everywhere I go and everything I do, I can feel your presence. And it makes me wanna rock so, rock so. Look at the top and rock so, rock so. Side to side now, rock so, rock so. Raise your hands and rock so, rock so. Finish! Everybody rock, rock. Side to side now, rock, rock. Raise your hands and rock, rock. Whoa! Somebody say whoa, yo. Whoa, yo. Whoa, yo. Whoa, yo. Hands up, let me see you put your one toe. Let me see you put your black toe. Let me see you put your one toe. Hands up. Let me see your hands in the air. Everybody wave like one day. Put your hands up in the air. Set the jump, set the jump. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Jump up, jump. Way to the back, jump. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This man come. All right, keep the beat going. This is one crazy bassman for Christ. Bassman, ease off the bass a little. Bassman, I want you to rock the crowd with some mad bass line for me. Somebody jump! When we tell you, jump, 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 jump. This is one of the craziest keyboard players in. My youth, you have fans, you know. Oh, Lord. But man, I want you to rock the crowd with a crazy Holy Ghost feel bass line. Rock it up, rock it. Somebody scream! Hold on. Oh, another crazy word man for Jesus. No, you put something on the board for Jesus right now. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, play the way. Say why, jump up, jump. All right. Since I came to Belize, I met one of the craziest drummers in Belize. Somebody say bam, 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 bam. Drummer, you ready? Give them something mad for Jesus. Fire, put them on some. Somebody scream. Well, I don't know, this band is obsessive, this song, man. Rock side to side. Somebody say, whoa. Ba-dam, 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 whoa. Bidi, 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 bidam, ba-dam, ba-dam. Oh, Lord. Bidi, 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 bidam, ba-dam, ba-dam. Dam, ba-dam, ba-dam. Oh, you are not down in the bed. You have nothing new to bear. Thank you, Father, for all you've done, 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 done. Yesterday is gone by now. All I have right now is today. Help me, Father, that I will serve you. This day that the Lord has made. Everybody rejoice in praise. If God gets something on, take us fear. Take us fear. Don't you be ashamed to praise. Thank God. Oh, Lord. You may be sitting on a bus, or you're walking down the road. Let the song of praise be a blessing to you. Could be like a peanut dela, or even a hospital bed. You have nothing new to sing praise. Let the people shout it out loud. Father God, you've given us praise. You have given us the authority. Take us beyond. Take us beyond. Take us beyond. Don't you be ashamed, ashamed, ashamed. Oh, Lord, Lord, Lord. You can say it. Everybody in the air, let me see you put your hands in the air now. That's how wave your run like a just don't pay.
In accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour do opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this sitting at any hour. Though opposed, all those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 31/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Belize Electricity Investments Bill on the Belize Electricity Investments Bill 2025, and number HR 32/1/14. Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Fiscal Incentives Amendment number 2 Bill 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Natural Resource and Environment Committee.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I rise to present and lay to the table sessional paper number HR 33/1/14 report from the National Resources and Environment Committee on the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management Bill 2025.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Belize Electricity Investments Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to ratify and give effect to the FBL share purchase agreement for the acquisition of the entirety of the issued and outstanding share capital in Fortis Belize Limited by the Government of Belize and the BEL share purchase agreement for the acquisition by the Government of Belize of 22,984,662 shares in Belize Electricity Limited owned by Fortis Cayman Inc. to charge the Consolidated Revenue Fund with and authorize the payment of the purchase price and related sums therefrom, to authorize the Financial Secretary to make payments and to issue treasury bills and treasury notes for the purpose of financing the said acquisitions, to raise the principal sums represented by treasury bills and treasury notes outstanding at any one time, to authorize the divestment of FBL shares and the BEL shares to members of the public, and to provide for matters connected herewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to debate on the purchase of the Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the opportunity to speak with him on the details of this acquisition in his Belize City office, and to be briefed on some of the details related to today's presentation. I hope, Prime Minister, that there'll be more opportunities in the future for us to have that kind of discussion and collaboration on matters of such national importance. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that United Democratic Party's administration, Barrow administration in particular, has always been an advocate for nationalizing the core utility companies in this country. And I recall in 2009 and again in 2011, when the present administration sat on this side of the House, that, in my opinion, there was opposition to POSIG. I want to assure the Prime Minister that that is not our undertaking. We do not forget, on this side of the House, the promissory note from Jeffrey Prosser. We do not forget, on this side of the House, the unsustainable borrowing from commercial banks by the People's United Party, we do not forget on this side of the House the secret accommodation agreement that led ultimately to the Barrow administration saying enough is enough and took action to nationalize BTL. This, as we see it, is an important investment for Belize. It is my understanding that Belize didn't go looking for this opportunity, but as the Prime Minister said, the opportunity presented itself because Fortis is leaving the region. They're wrapping up their operations, as we have been told, in Cayman, in Turks and Caicos, and in Belize. And so it is only right that we would seek to have the first right of a refusal on a project acquisition of this nature. The acquisition of the shares in BEL, 33.3% of the company, and the acquisition of the hydroelectric plants are wrapped up nicely under the shroud of nationalism, under the shroud of our economic sovereignty, under the need for us as a developing country to be in control of our energy future. But in all agreements, in all arrangements, the devil, as they say, is in the details. And unfortunately, we haven't had much time, any at all, to look fairly and squarely on the various agreements, evaluations, assessment reports that come along with a transaction of this magnitude. We're being asked today, Mr. Speaker, to approve a transaction that is worth over $260 million. We are asked to increase our domestic borrowing, expanding the ceiling of that borrowing to $2.2 billion. We're being asked to do so with one fell sweep of the pen, without understanding the regulatory review that should have been done by the Public Utilities Commission on the likely impact on electricity rates. If I heard Honorable Prime Minister clearly yesterday when he gave an interview to the local media outlets, electricity rates in Belize will increase. And when we come to the Belizean people and we ask them to bear the burden of a $260 million loan arrangement, we ought to tell them what they will receive in return. Where it relates to the 114,000 residential clients and commercial clients of BEL, where it relates to the members of our productive sector, where it relates to those who deliver services in tourism and other services industries, transportation, etc. The cost of energy is a major input cost. And we would like to see that some meaningful effort in these financial arrangements that have been put together in the last 6 months to secure this deal, a good deal for the country. That same kind of energy, veracity, be put into seriously addressing the cost of energy in this country. I recall in our last fiscal period, $77 million was borrowed from the Saudi fund for energy efficiency, for energy sufficiency. And yet, there has been no report to this Honorable House or to the people of Belize how these monies are being utilized and where we are with the 60,000 megawatts of electricity that this borrowing of $77 million from the Saudi fund will generate through solar energy and renewable energy. And when we can expect that this project, which we can only assume must be underway, will start selling to the national grid so that we can stay away from having to purchase power at very high rates from the CFE. The government says that the acquisition of the shares and the 3 hydro plants is going to cost $130 million. But the bill before us tells a much larger story. Again, it raises the Treasury bill limit from $400 million to $600 million, and the Treasury note ceiling from $1.2 billion to $1.6 billion. This, as I understand it, represents a 33% increase if we do the math overnight. And we bring this to the National Assembly with no forewarning. You see, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the assets themselves. We're talking about the dams on the Macal River, Molihon, Chalio, and Vaca. And we all know this is aging infrastructure. Chalio generator number 2 suffered a turbine coupling failure just last year, repaired at a cost of somewhere close to 300,000 Belize dollars. And Molihon's Unit 3 required repairs amounting to US $64,000 in the last June. This is not a minor issue. It speaks to the fact and it provides a clear indicator of wear and tear and escalating maintenance costs. And so I ask, where is this comprehensive engineering audit? Have we seen, and I'm asking the Prime Minister's executive, the hydrological study on the level of the siltation and structural integrity of the dams? Have we seen them? Do we know what they say? Have we been indemnified against downstream flooding due to dam failure? These are serious operational liabilities that our government is about to transfer to the Belizean people without even the comfort of us seeing or reading or making available the independent risk assessment report. Buried in this bill are permanent tax exemptions for future owners of these assets. So the proposal that has been presented to the Belizean people earlier this morning says that our government will lean on our consolidated fund. We will lean on our ability to raise the ceiling for Treasury notes and Treasury bills, to raise the financing we need to buy the shares. And once we have the shares, both for BL, which is that 33%, we're looking for a strategic investor so we can divest those assets, those shares. And then once we have those hydro facilities in our hands, we're going to divest them. And we're looking at possibly Social Security Fund, that is, we know has $190 million or so in the coffers that needs to be invested. We're looking at our commercial banking institutions that have a liquidity of somewhere around $800 million. We're looking at our credit union partners, and the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned Holy Redeemer Credit Union, who I am a proud member of, as a potential purchaser of these assets. He also mentioned the insurance providers who are also liquid in terms of potential future buyers of these assets. What he did not say in his presentation this morning, that these new owners, once we divest, will be exempt from paying stamp duty, business tax, income tax, and withholding tax on dividends or interest. So while the Belizean people continue to be saddled with overbearing debt every time we come to this National Assembly, when our MSMEs are taken to jail because they're not able to meet their tax commitments, these big guys, these institutional partners will be exempt from paying any taxes. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates a tax-free paradise for those who are connected. Belizeans, we have to pay GST. Belizeans have to make their Social Security contributions. Belizeans have to bear the weight of fuel taxes, and we will have to bear the weight of rising utility costs, including electricity and water supply. The Prime Minister said in his presentation that this is economic empowerment. But what the Prime Minister did not say in his presentation is that the rate of return on investments on these 3 hydro facilities is somewhere between 77 to 85% return a year. We hail the fact that when government takes hold of these assets, we will ensure that the annual 1.5% increase in the cost of hydroelectricity that was somehow slipped in there by Fortis will no longer apply. We didn't talk about the fact that these hydro facilities now receive an 85% return on their investment. So why would we wish to divest? I understand the need by this administration not to increase the debt to GDP ratio and not wanting to have that exposure, but it would make sense to me. It would make absolute sense to me that we don't divest the shares in these hydro facilities. Let's not forget, we borrowed $77 million from the Saudi fund to invest in renewable energy sources so that we don't have to depend on CFE, and that we can become more energy self-sufficient via renewable energy, where the hydro facilities do just that. They represent 31% of our consumption. And we are now going to divest it, hold on to it, so we can manage the rate on return. Because if the people of this country own these facilities via Hydro Belize or whatever the vehicle is, the people of Belize via its board can say, we don't need 85% return on investment. Make we knock it down to 25%, because that's still an astronomical return. Let's hold on to these facilities so that we can meaningfully contribute to the reduction of energy costs in this country. Instead, we have declared we're going to divest. And if we're real, the only entities that will be able to buy are these entities, these commercial partners as we put them, the banks, the credit unions, the insurance companies, and a few rich men or women, maybe 5, we could count on one hand, who will have the wherewithal to make that windfall on the return of this investment, and from rub the salt in the wound, they don't want to pay no tax in perpetuity. Once you get it, it's yours. These agreements will go until 2060. 35 years. So let me break it down a little. You invest $1 million, if you have it, and your return on your investment is 85%. So $850 million, they're yours. No taxes. 850,000, sorry. And you multiply that by 35 years. Man, of course, we want to get another deal. And I asked the Prime Minister, in this noble undertaking, PM, that we're undertaking as a government and people, what percentage of these treasury bills and these treasury notes that will be floated for purchase will be earmarked for the common man and the common woman? The return on the treasury notes is somewhere between 12 to 14%. 12 to 14%. Excellent return on investment. Safe investment. You all get it back. But there's no indication in what is before us, and maybe we missed it, that we are going to earmark 120%, 115%, 125% that is going to be available to the common citizen, not a well-connected, not the financial institutions that are so liquid they are not making a return on their money, but on the common people, the common man and woman like me and my two brothers on my left. What if I could only afford only 5,000, 1,000, 2,000 in purchasing these treasury notes? Where is if we're doing this, Prime Minister, indeed, as you say, as a almost out of not only national necessity, but national pride or nationalism is being painted across this gift that we are getting. But there is nothing in what I have read or what has been presented that says, you know what, as a government, we recognize that we want ordinary citizens to have an opportunity to participate in big business. This is only for HRCU. I know me said that, you know, member for Fort George, your Honorable Prime Minister singled HRCU out. Yes, I am, and I said I was a proud member. You miss it, man, you've been outside. Proud member, I'm a proud member of HRCU. I have been a member of HRCU from I was 3. So proud member. My father used to take me every Friday to Miss Jane for deposit me leave $5 for me, allowance. But I'm saying that the same way we are protecting the members of HRCU and HRCU, what happened to the regular folk who may want to participate in a proposal of this nature? SSB already owns what? 30% of BL shares? 30% PM? Is that it? More or less? And SSB, I'm sure, will invest some of that $190 million into SSB. And I won't go into the horror stories about getting access to benefits from SSB for the average man and woman. You have to know somebody who knows somebody who will call somebody so that your claim can be fast-tracked. But that's another debate which we need to take on at another time. But we can willingly say, you see this 190 million where they sit down, we need it to multiply so that when Tracy retire, I go get my benefits. But right now, don't be a construction worker who fell off the scaffolding and go to SSB for help. The kind of running around and capers you have to go through. Prime Minister, my daughter was sick. She works at Batsub. Very ill. Could not get out of bed. And so I took that Social Security form myself to Social Security to file sick claim. I had to make 4 visits. Because every time I go, they tell me I need something else. And on my 4th visit, when I was able to file what I missed in the other 3 visits, I was told by SSB, apply online, and then you wait your turn. My daughter was not well enough to get out of bed to go to SSB. And there are many, many, many people in this country who fall into a similar fate, who have nobody nobody to follow up with SSB on their behalf. But I won't digress. The bill says that we will go to arbitration if necessary, not in Belize courts. We're heading out the country. We're going to Miami for settle our differences. And I wonder if this bill is so important in terms of our national identity or national well-being or needs of this country, why is it that we're foregoing the right to defend Belize, if necessary, in Belizean courts? This, in my view, is an extraordinary and a completely unnecessary concession. But we're doing it anyway. Mr. Speaker, I started my intervention by saying that the UDP administration has always supported nationalism of our public assets, particularly our public utility companies. I can't say that's different today. But there are questions, and there are questions that still remain unanswered. I was sharing with the CAPSEC a few minutes ago, the Honorable Prime Minister doesn't like when you ask questions. He gets offended. He gets belligerent. He shouts at you in this National Assembly and tells you to shut up when you ask a question. And you ask the question not to politicize important policy decisions or important national development agenda, the national development agenda. You ask the question because we simply do not have the answers, and we need the answers. My colleague from myself, who thief Budna? Anybody know? Who thief Budna? Who beat her? Who abduct her? Who carry her across this country? Who thief Budna? But I'm not here to talk about who thief Budna. I'm here to talk about Honorable. No, I won't talk about who thief Budna. Member for Judge, I won't ask who thief Budna. Nobody know who thief Budna.
Members, can we please continue on the...
If you thief the former delegate, the former member for mess up, if you thief her, I can know who thief her. And you could keep it, but it's not, when we ask our member, the government who is responsible for the policy agenda for this country, questions, the Prime Minister, eating skin, you know, immediately he sees it as a political attack. And there's some of these initiatives that we want to support. We want to be able to say we have seen the reports. We understand the assessment that was done. We know how much were paid to the consultants, Suknandam and NERA and Hallmark and Marsh LLP. and that it makes sense. But we don't know, because this administration, Mr. Speaker, acts as though the money is theirs, and not so. Every dollar that we borrow on the backs of hard-working Belizeans. And that is why I'm advocating that as we finalize these arrangements by the 15th of November, we remember the hard-working Belizeans. Make we set aside now, only 20%, only 25% of the T-bills are for them. And then if we can't come up with the lead 1,500, whatever, for buy that 20%, then it goes into the larger fund for the commercial bigwigs, the ones who are flush with money. They have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. I left that to you. I left that to you, Honorable Member for Caribbean Shores. Right? Why can't we carve out? Why can't we carve out and put aside earmark only portion? Only portion, not a big portion, only portion. For those of us, we can okay how you swing it. You turn it upside down, you turn it over, the electricity rates in this country will increase. Now, no me say so. Me no say so, I pray that no so. But BL's liability is close to 500 million. And you know what's its equity? 366 million. BL owe more than its equal leverage as a company. It leverage a whole self and we can't meet the debt. So who will pay? Mr. Speaker, the people like me and you want pay. You know who want pay? The people who sweep the streets. The people who will pick up the garbage. The people the teachers who teach in our schools. The healthcare workers who work 24-hour shifts when they have to. No care, because you see the crowd where we buy their assets where we give 85 return on their investment. They don't have to pay, no? I tell you before, they don't want to pay no GST. They don't want to pay no income tax. They don't want to pay no stamp duty transfer, no. That's for people like us, not like people like them. And we have to close the gap in this country where those who have keep having more and those who don't have keep having less. We have to close the gap. My father used to say, we'll be no, you know, the turn in your grave, we're very proud of your daughter. You see what I tell you, I don't like criticism and you don't like to respond to questions. Put the make a deal with me, Prime Minister, put the 25% aside for the layman like me and the gentleman over so, and the lady where they record the news and the security officer, whether downstairs. Put all these things aside for we. Can we gesture, we posture. But why is it that the ordinary Belizean can't get into big business? It's an exclusive club. And we have to close the gap. And you have, with 26 members on your side, Honorable Prime Minister, you have the power and the wherewithal to close the gap. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will vote our conscience in this honorable House. We understand the absolute importance of not only our political independence, but our economic independence as a country. We understand that. We understand that we should be the masters of our own fate, that we should be producing energy for our own supply, so that we don't have to fall to the, what I call the vultures across the border. Because when they know we need the supply, you know what they do? The Prime Minister told us today, they sell away the electricity at high peak demand prices. $1 US, $2 Belize for 1 megawatt hour. You know why? Because we don't know what will happen with the 77 million US dollars from the Saudi fund. We're supposed to create solar energy to sell to the grid. Mr. Prime Minister, this is not an attack on the government. In fact, we consider ourselves a part of the government. We are the side that should hold you to account on behalf of the people who placed us here. So, Mr. Prime Minister, were there any competitive offers? Or was this just one closed negotiation? Do we have any idea what are the maintenance costs and the liability costs of these facilities over the next decade? Has the PUC or regulatory agency, have they reviewed and have they, you know about my repetition, I could stay until 12 o'clock tonight, p.m., no rush me, and not try me. I don't in no hurry. I could stand up, That's the way the bedpan. You know, I get that today. You know, I get that. How much longer you want to go? Who thief Budna? Member for Queen Square?
Member from Albert.
Has the Public Utilities Commission reviewed and approved this transaction? You could talk about Petro Caribe. You know what is true? Member from Orange Walk, not? Or whoever made the comment? Oversaw, that you? Member for Caribbean Shores? You know what is true?
Member
now who
from
make the comment? Now who make the comment? You say member for Belize Rural Central. The thing is, I don't know if that you make the comment. Nobody declaimed, so I declaim you, member. I declaim you, member. You see, no, I want to take my time. We don't even know how we can. The PM say, I can't stand up. So, we are challenged the man today. This administration, when it came into office 5 years ago, it stood on a motion for good governance. And it passed the motion in the House, you know. Mr. Speaker, you are not here yet. And in that motion, you offered to the Belizean people, with all seriousness, that you would establish the gold standard for transparency, for accountability, for consultation with the people for good governance. You made that commitment to the Belizean people. So no fall back now. This is no time for fall back. This is the time to step forward, because this deal, wrapped in the Belizean flag and tied with a bright blue bow, this deal is about our national patrimony. It is about our national pride. It is about our energy independence. So why are we now going to purchase the asset that will give us an 85, somewhere between 77 and 85% return on investment in a year, and flip it? We have flip it, you know. We have flip it. And only a certain class of Belizeans will be able to get into the deal. We cannot, at any cost, waive our sovereign immunity in a purely domestic arrangement. We simply cannot. And we sit here and we tell ourselves, because it sounds good, that we're getting a deal. All we ask, Mr. Speaker, and the Honorable Prime Minister, and the team of senior ministers who are involved in this dialogue, and the members of the executive, that if it's such a good deal all around, just disclose. Send us the evaluations, the cost-benefit analysis, the assessment of the viability of the dams. Send us the legal opinions. Tell us what the PUC said about this arrangement. Has there been have we seen, and I don't know, the government may have we seen the independent audited financials of these dams that we're purchasing? The deal, as the Prime Minister outlined, is meant to benefit Belize. And we want Belizeans to benefit. We want to be able not to rely on buying our energy from third parties who have no mercy on us. We want to be able to become, Member Fukai or not, energy sufficient. We want to. So let us not fall into the trap of making this national undertaking. Let us not fall into the trap that the very people we say we're doing this for will end up having to bear the highest costs. You see, Mr. Speaker, it is the future of my children and the future of my grandchildren that ultimately will pay the highest price. Remember for myself, the who thief budna. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, colleagues. Let us go back in time. Nobody is 75 years old here, not true? We're going back to 1950. So I get a little bit of a history lesson today of how we came from the past to where we are today. And I don't make it that long, no worry. I'll wrap it up quick in that sense. Prior to the formation of the state-owned BEB, Belize Electricity Board, in 1950, Belize electricity supply was limited, unreliable, and largely decentralized. The supply relied on small-scale, privately owned generators, with town councils responsible for power for limited hours in most municipalities. In Belize City, an American investor operated a small DC generator with an ice plant that provided power to the city, but was limited in scope. This is back in the 1950s. Municipalities' electricity outside Belize City was the responsibility of local town councils. They provided power for only a few hours each evening, and the supply could not keep up with the demand. I remember growing up in the 1980s when they had rolling blackouts. That's my problem. I think you could remember that when they had rolling blackouts. And I used to live by Euphrates Avenue, so in my heart. Small-scale generators were used for specific purposes. For example, a power plant was set up in San Pedro in the 1930s. So we go back to the 1930s now to light up a local casino and surrounding areas. Prime Minister, just bear with me, Prime Minister. You did something.
Why you apologize? No hurry, sir.
I like to be humble and
Take the time.
The early electrical system relied on diesel power generators, which were prone to shortages of serviceability capacity. The fragmented and insufficient power supply was a major constraint to Belize's development. This situation led to the establishment of the BEB in 1950 as an autonomous statutory corporation to centralize and expand electricity services. The new agency was granted sole authority to generate, distribute, and sell electricity across the country. The period of privatization marked a significant shift in Belize's energy landscape, transitioning BEL from a state-run entity to one of substantial foreign ownership within the 1990s now. So we reached the 2000s and we're going. The era saw major infrastructure upgrade and service improvements, but also introduced new vulnerabilities related to international market forces. 1992, the state-owned Belize Electricity Board was privatized and transformed into BEL, 1992, with the government initially retaining majority ownership. 1993, BEL was granted an exclusive 15-year license to be the sole entity responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity across the country. In 1999, a key turning point occurred when the government sold majority of its shares, granting 51% ownership to Fortis Cayman Company, a Canadian utility holding company. Fortis' stake later increased to 70%. In 1998, the Belizean electricity grid was interconnected with Mexico's national grid, CFE, allowing BEL to import power. This provided a more reliable and substantial supply of electricity, which was particularly important for meeting peak demands. During this time, Fortis also acquired BECOL, Belize Electric Company Limited, which operated the hydroelectric facilities in western Belize, further expanding its control over the national power supply. While Fortis ownership led to upgrades and improvement, the company began facing significant challenges. Rising fuel costs, the importation of power from Mexico fluctuated up and down, like where the Prime Minister says, now $2, that's crazy. BL, under Fortis management, began experiencing financial difficulties due to these rising costs. 2011, BL was reportedly facing insolvency and was in a debt to its suppliers, a situation the government later used to justify the nationalization. This mix of foreign investment, infrastructure expansion, and financial challenges set the stage for the nationalization in 2011. That is nationalization, as the government intervened to prevent a potential disruption to the country's electricity supply. That marked a major turning point in the country's energy sector. The government exploration of the controlling 70% stake held by Canadian utility company Fortis was done under the pretext preventing the collapse of the country's electrical supply. The PM at the time, Prime Minister Barrow, cited the need to maintain an uninterrupted, reliable power supply for the public interest. He also linked the energy supply to the country's economy, especially mentioning the sugar industry, which relies on BL for electricity generation for biomass, would also be at risk if BL failed. So a lot at risk. If you're not going to set the power supply, a lot of things happen. And you may have no money, no restaurant, no food, no hotel, etc. The government rejected the BL's proposal to increase electricity rates, viewing nationalization as a better alternative to ensure affordable and stable power for its citizens. Fortis and other litigants challenged the nationalization in court, arguing that government had actually unconstitutionally by infringing upon the protection of property rights by Section 17 of the Belizean Constitution. Fortis initially demanded $300 million in compensation for its controlling shares, a figure the government rejected as unrealistically high. 2014, in May, the Court of Appeals upheld the government's nationalization. This decision was a victory for the government and cleared the way for a definitive settlement. The settlement in 2015, the government and Fortis eventually settled on a settlement which formalized the Electric Acquisition Settlement Act 2015. The agreement involved $35 million in payout. Government paid Fortis $35 million as compensation for its 70% shares. As part of the deal, government also gave me back 33% shareholding in BL back to Fortis, allowing the company to retain a minority shareholding. Now, over the years, over the last, we're not going 75 years, okay? We're going to 25 years now in terms of the profitability of BEL. It goes from 4 million to 12 to 13 to 14 up to 26, and in 2008 it lost 10.8. That's one of the years it lost money, attributed to a 36.2 million charge imposed by the Public Utilities Commission. Next year, $9 million. The following year, 3, 2. That was 2011. That was when the company was nationalized. 2012, company lost $16 million. That's the second time it lost money. 2013, $18.7 million. And it goes up to 20 million, 30 million. And then last year, 2024, it started losing money. BL is a profitable company if it's run properly. Once you run a company properly, it will make money, right? I mean, there are certain things that, in business you have what called acceptable loss, depreciation and so on and so forth. And it happened. we all know that it happened. Now, enough of the past. Now, let's go talk about the present and the future. In the Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025, it says here in number 3, for greater certainty, it is hereby declared that the government, A, has full authority entered with the share purchase agreement. B, lawful authorization to carry out its obligation as provided under the share purchase agreement. And C, its lawful authorization to divest the FBL shares and BL shares or any portion thereof to members of the public. This here, Mr. Speaker, is giving the government full authority. Yes, they have it, because they're the government in power, to buy and sell to whoever they want, whenever they want. We were just given this bill in an electronic form. Yesterday evening, I think I was around 4, almost 5. And of course, it was my dad's 78th birthday, and so I had to have dinner with him. And so I came home late. I stayed up to 3 o'clock, Mr. Speaker. 3 o'clock this morning, preparing at least some type of talking points. I get sleepy and all, but thank God I got something. Yes, because you never give me enough time, Prime Minister. I mean, what are the hurry? You could easily, present it today, and you could call back another house meeting in a week. Yeah. Oh, I stand up all day by my foot, but leader. I believe that Fortis is a great investment with high rate of returns, like I was told, 77 to 85 rate of return. Okay, let's go and say that. Even at, so what is the rate of return, Prime Minister? Is it 12 to 14%? Because I believe I just spoke with the minister in the back and I reiterated and I asked him again, because those earnings are significant.
Members. Member from Mesopotamia, member from Albert and member from Orange Walk Central. Can the member from Mesopotamia please continue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we may get the proper notes and the proper information, we never may have to do this back and front. We may just sit and we never may have no debate and no questions to ask. But there's a lot of questions to be asked because of the short time frame we were given.
Members, can we please allow the member from Mesopotamia to continue his presentation?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we were privy to, I think it was Wednesday, a conversation, discussion, but we had no notes, no nothing, until Thursday evening. It was sent to us. So in less than 24 hours, yes.
Member from Alberts and member from Orange Walk Central, can we please allow the member from Mesopotamia to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of my questions is, Fortis is profitable even at 12 to 14% rate of return. Even when you rent commercial right now, you cannot get 12 to 14% rate of return. Yes, somebody you can't get it. Right? When you rent residential, if you're looking for get 5 or 6%, yes, and that's why I want to get in line to invest. Even at 12 to 40% is good. So one of my things is also, Mr. Speaker, based on what I was told earlier with the talks about rate of return, I would definitely agree that the government should keep Fortis. Right? The amount of monies they make. Well, according to the Prime Minister just now, according to the Prime Minister just now, that $3 million, no, not $3 million, $300 million over 7 years for BL and Fortis, which comes up to $42 million a year in profitability. That was what in terms of dividends and stuff like that, we ship out. Right? And then, of course, you have Belizean owners too, in terms of BL. Of course, Fortis is 100% outside. Mr. Speaker, I was baffled, and that's why I asked the question over and over, and I even asked the minister during our lunch break, is the rate of return 77 to 85%? Right, I asked. No problem. Even in my notes, I had it, but it baffled me because I don't know of no business. %. Yeah.
Members, can we please allow the member from Mesopotamia to finish his debate statement and then we can respond after? Please, let's have him finish and then we can respond after.
And of course, Mr. President, the government will say that we don't want to raise the debt ceiling and because of obligations and stuff like that. And of course, they will dismiss us because they could pass everything in a one day. They have the power, they have the authority, and they don't need to listen to our side of the debate. And then they'll just brush it underneath the table. Mr. Speaker, the government is saying we now sell the shares at a lower price. So how much do they intend to sell Fortis share for? We don't know. But we know they buy it for 156. That are for sure, right, per share. The Prime Minister has told us it's in his presentation $1.56 per share. So now bear in mind that the company, 12 to 40% rate of return is very good. So, a lot of people will definitely be jumping at it. Yes, Prime Minister, I took the notes and myself and...
Don't be distracted, present.
I like to talk to my Prime Minister and a party leader. Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, if I'm wrong, Mr. Prime Minister, I will accept I'm wrong and I take it back. I could take criticism any day. Right? I am not perfect. And I will take criticism if I'm wrong or I got the wrong notes, and that's why I am asking. So my question is, will the cost of purchasing the shares be added on to the cost price of the shares? Will the cost of purchasing the shares be added on to the cost price of the shares? You have the valuation, you have all the stuff then that you do. Prior to that, of course, in terms of also to prepare the treasury notes, all of those things, the interest rate. Will the interest from the treasury notes and bills be added on to the shares cost price? Will all the expenses incurred from the purchases be added on the cost price? Just say, for example, Mr. Speaker, that you're buying a property. You're buying a property, you have the commission, you have to give. You have to give the commission, you have to give, and stuff like that. So we want to know how much, because we don't know. Right? All I'm doing here is asking because it's such a short time frame, and there's a lot of questions that is not answered. And we have a right to ask the questions. And the Prime Minister... Yes, Prime Minister, but it will be made... But then you cannot expect us to support something that we do not know. Well, the same thing, the interest purchase price. Well, I really definitely hope so. We added up. Yes, of course.
Honorable Prime Minister, can we please allow him to finish his statement and then you can officially respond to have it on the record?
I'll repeat again, Mr. Speaker. I'm not afraid to be wrong. I've made many wrong moves, said many wrong things in my life, and I accept. That's why I'm a man. Right?
Please,
I'm ready to accept.
Please continue with the statement.
Man, I like talk to my Prime Minister, man. Lad, man. It doesn't matter. I have all day. I need to go back to work tonight.
Member
yes,
from
but-
Albert, can you please continue with the
Sorry,
presentation?
Mr. Speaker. Mess up.
Mr. Pedemo.
Yes, I used to stamp all the Prime Minister. I stamp 10 to 12 hours per my foot. That's why I'm so slim. Now, who decides, like if I want to buy the shares, who decides how much shares I can buy? Who? Who decides who to sell to? A lot of people apply. Let's say, for example, the three of we apply right here. Who over on that side, or the government side, will decide how much you apply for? You apply for 100, I apply for 100, she apply for 50. Who decides that? The person, that person, will decide those things will be my next best friend. Because I definitely need to buy someone shares. Even at 12 to 40% interest rate of return is very good. Prime Minister, also, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to know, of course they said it earlier that they have institutions ready to buy this. The government has been preparing this for the last 4 or 5 months already. And I mean, of course I know they're going to work out the details and the small, all the glitches and stuff like that. But we on the side here don't know nothing. Right? And I believe a lot of people on the other side also don't know the full details of it. Yes, Carlos. That's why the person, when they decide this, is literally giving you a golden goose that lays tax-exempted golden eggs. Will the government, just like what the leader of the opposition said, who is lined up to buy these shares? Will there be a percentage max that an institution or a person can buy so that everybody can get a piece of the pie? Will there be a percentage to small buyers that they can buy? Because even at 12 to 14% and you invest $5,000 to $10,000 in the next 10, 15 years, that quadruple maybe 10 times up, go on top of each other, right? The bank lend me money, remember, the bank lend me money roughly between 7 to 9%. But they never got a 9 before that. Right now, they're about 7.5 between to 8%. And if my rate of return is 12 to 14%, just that gap of 4% on how much $1 million? $34 million per year? No, sorry, $42 million per year. That's over $1 million. A lot of money. And I still keep that. And it's secured by the shares. So it's a good investment. If the bank will lend me a $10 million or $100 million, I borrow it for the guaranteed 14 to 12%, 12 to 40% rate of return. I am supporting it, right? But I want to know some questions. I want to know some answers. The ones who will not tell me, Minister, I'm a businessman, and I know what it is to take to do a business. It takes sacrifice and determination to make things happen. And it takes hard work, like me standing on my foot 10 to 12 hours a day. And lucky right now I don't do it as much, probably about 8 hours now, because this back not to kick it at all right now. I do have a similar, not as serious problem as him. I have a herniated L4 and L5.
Member from Mesopotamia, can you please continue with the presentation of your statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my apologies, Just that when my colleagues ask me some questions, I feel obligated, I have to answer them, and because they're my friends, and we're all friends, we're all Belizeans, right? I don't hate nobody, but I have a job to do. Thank you. I don't feel you hurt for it, don't worry. I still have to wait for make sure one and they come back before I could even stop. Right? Because I don't know if the member over the side here will say some stuff. Mr. Speaker, the GOB say all the time they complain how we don't have money or we short of money. whatever the case is. And yet they exempt taxes, fees, and exchange control. Okay, no problem, because sometimes when you negotiate, you have to sweeten the deal a little bit for make it happen. And as a businessman, we always have to sweeten the deal a little bit, throw a percent here, there, or stuff like that. I could accept that. But Mr. Speaker, when you add it up, that's going to be a pretty penny, which can be used to do many things for our country. Taking into consideration the profit margin, that may be a little dent in a Fortis. But the negotiation is pretty much wrapped up already. It's just to finalize and formalize through the House here, the lower house, and then the upper house, and that it will be done. So, if the rate of return, Mr. Speaker, and I was corrected, was 12 to 14%. So, number 12 right here. Where is it now? It gives the Financial Secretary the authority to issue the Treasury notes and Treasury bills. So, what will be those interest rates? Because there is a cost. When you put it out there and institutions buy your notes, they have to pay an interest rate. How much is those interest rates? We don't know that neither. Initially, when I was confused, I thought the rate of return was 77 to 85%, and the 12% to 14% was the Treasury notes to make it very attractive. That I make all the banks just throw all their money together one time. Let's make I buy these shares for 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, whatever the case is. Everybody buy it because 12 to 40% for buy Treasury notes is excellent. Usually it's about 5-6% for Treasury notes, but we just need to know the exact figure. How many? I just subsidized the amount of money. Say then it confused me. No, Mr. Speaker, by Monday the 20th, when the Senate meets, I expect it to be a long meeting. But if the meeting was short, I could bet you that the Governor General may assign everything into law on the 20th evening. But of course, we expect it to go long, so you have to be the 21st morning that when they sign, and of course, this act will be enacted on the 21st. But my question is, Mr. Speaker, why all the rush for get this thing done? Again and again. I think myself and my colleague, my party leader, is asking the leader of opposition, why the rush? Why weren't we informed? Why weren't we at least included in the not me, the leader of the opposition at least, so at least she knows what are the details, so she could brief us down when we meet, and so we don't come here lost and confused. If we were informed correctly, properly, we know I'll be lost and confused. And then the government will take over November 15th, Fortis. Mr. Speaker, I just hope that next time they give me some more time for me to prepare. Because with 3 to 4 hours sleep and to read through all the notes right here, I can't finish and I can't do my research, limited info. This is all I could say for right now. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Kayonart.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this Belize electricity investment in 2025. Mr. Speaker, I've listened keenly to the opposition, and I've heard the leader of the opposition says, we don't know. But the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is they do know. They do know that this is the best choice for the Belizean people at this time, Mr. Speaker. That they choose to ignore the facts is a different story. I hear the leader of the opposition speaks that she needs to have an appraisal value. Where is the appraisal value? Where was she when her government was purchasing the BTL shares and the appraisal value was 100 million and they paid $600 million. They sit there and they speak about Jeffrey Prosser. Mr.
Member,
Speaker,
member
man,
from
please, man,
Albert.
you don't talk. You don't talk.
Member from
man.
Albert.
You don't talk. You don't talk.
Speaker, on a point of order, when the honorable member from Albert gave her confused, boring presentation, nobody interrupted her. We listened to her. So now she needs to listen to the other sides. You see, that's my point.
Member from Albert, please allow the member from Kayanar to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They talk, Mr. Speaker, they sit there and they talk about Jeffrey Prosser, yet they forget BTL. They are morally bankrupt to come and grandstand in this house, Mr. Speaker. The member for Mesopotamia, who thief your delegates, brother? This gentleman he's outlined the entire history of BL, and yet when he spoke about the nationalization, he forgot to tell us that they bought puss in a bag because they did not purchase the generating entity, Mr. Speaker, and so, which is Fortis the Dam, and that is why electricity bills have continued to be high. So they sit there and they prepare to be all fanciful and all caring about the Belizean people, yet they forget their history and their involvement in this, Mr. Speaker. By Belize Social Security Board investing in this company, it is investing in the people of this country. It is making sure, Mr. Speaker, that when we retire, when all of us retire, no matter if we're the man cleaning the street or we're sitting in office, that we'll be able to get our retirement benefits. You see, Mr. Speaker, they forget that about 50% of the electricity we consume in this country comes from a foreign entity. What do they want? They want us to sit here for 35 more years and continue to pay Fortis, a foreign company, when that money could be held in Belizean hands? Is that what they're advocating for, Mr. Speaker? They forget that we need to have energy independence and energy security in this country. And this government has been working towards that. Mr. Speaker, last year we passed a licensing regulation that allows everybody, from the common man who owns a house to the big man in Spanish Lookout who is involved in industry, to be able to connect solar panels to their houses and to be able to sell into the national grid. We are working on the Saudi project. We are working on energy transfer, Mr. Speaker. And so we have a number of projects in place that will ensure that over time, we'll be able to have reasonable rates in this country. Mr. Speaker, they talk about BL and BL is not profitable, but I can tell you that the member from Mesopotamia is not selling his fried chicken at any lower price than a casa, but BL has been doing that, Mr. Speaker. They have been selling energy at a less cost than what they're buying it for, and they're buying it at expensive rates because we have to rely on people like Mexico and CFE to supply us with energy. And this is a step in the right direction so that we can control our destiny, Mr. Speaker. And so I support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Freetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be brief. I think the honourable member for Mesopotamia was very honest and very accurate in saying that they are lost and confused. That's clearly evident from the presentations we've heard today from both the honorable leader and from himself. They are lost and confused, and that is the position of the United Democratic Party in 2025, lost and confused. First, I want to fully associate myself, Mr. Speaker, with the remarks of the Honorable Prime Minister. In introducing this bill, he went into great detail in providing all of the relevant facts surrounding this very important and historic arrangement that the government of Belize is embarking on. So I want to, fully associate myself with his presentation. And I want to make the point that, listen, this is indeed a exciting, historic opportunity for national ownership. I remember, we were in a meeting, a number of ministers were in a meeting with the Prime Minister. When he received word, I think it was either a phone call or a message, I don't remember. But he received word of the fact that Fortis wanted to sell their company, and that they were in fact already engaged in discussions with a foreign company to purchase their shares, to purchase the shares in Fortis Belize and the shareholding that they have in BEL, the 33.3%. Certainly they were advanced in terms of the shareholdings in the hydro plants. And so I remember that meeting specifically, and the Prime Minister immediately informed the group that was there about this issue. And he right away, indicated, listen, this is something we have to take very, very seriously, something we have to examine, but it is an historic, unique opportunity, not one that we were seeking out, as has been said, but one that came to the doors of the government, and one I think we all, the entire cabinet, ultimately felt was one that we could not pass up in the interests of the Belizean people. So this historic opportunity for national ownership is the first point I wanted to make. The 30%, as has been pointed out, of the annual electricity needs of Belize, are provided for through the hydro plants that we have. So it's critically important that we have this opportunity for sovereign ownership over these critical assets. We talk all the time about energy independence, about sovereignty over these really national security assets, because in most countries, that's how they define them. Your energy grid, your hydroelectric plants, those are national, in many respects, national security assets. And so it's a real opportunity that we have to own these assets. The other point I want to make is that, listen, we've heard it, but it's worth re-emphasizing that this is an investment that over the medium to long term will fully pay for itself. That's critically important. Fully pay for itself over the medium to long term. And more likely over the medium term will fully pay for itself. So this is not a burden being placed on taxpayers, a burden being placed on the public purse, some huge increase in the national debt. Absolutely not. This, yes, there will be a small, as the Prime Minister pointed out, a small increase in the debt profile for a period of time, for a short period of time, but this is an investment that will entirely pay for itself over the medium term. The other point is that, as has been pointed out, we're going to save significant foreign exchange to the tune of $20 million a year, right? For the life, if you carry that out for the life of this agreement that was in place, that we're taking over, we're talking about savings of over $600 million over the lifespan of that agreement that was in place. So significant foreign exchange savings for the country, and we know that we need more foreign exchange to really fuel investment opportunities in Belize, to fuel the growth of the economy. So that's a very, very good benefit, side benefit, if you like. And then the point that has been made about SSB. Listen, a good, secure investment for social security. Yeah, blue chip, as the Deputy Prime Minister says, a blue chip investment for social security. And who, I heard the leader talk about, oh, the small man, and who makes up social security? It is the working man and woman. So it's important that we ensure that social security is making good investments. And there is no better investment that they will be able to make than this one. So solid reasons, again, for supporting this. And then the point about moving forward. How do we, one of the critical issues and very, very valid concerns that we all have is, how do we, over the medium term, how do we reduce the cost of electricity in our country? We recognize that as a major constraint to the development of our country. The cost of electricity, we know that that's a negative factor when you think about investing in Belize, the cost of electricity. Obviously, to the consumer, it's a negative factor. So how do we work on that issue? And as the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Cayo North, who is the Minister responsible for public utilities, pointed out, the government has a number of ongoing initiatives and projects that's aimed at that objective. So I want to make it very, very clear to the Belizean people that that is something that we as a government are very, very concerned about. How can we work aggressively with a sense of purpose, a sense of urgency, to find a formula to reduce the cost of electricity, not only for investment purposes, but also to the individual household. How can we do that? And I think having ownership, national ownership of these companies provides us with a greater opportunity for achieving that objective. So in terms of the way forward, we're looking at renewable sources of energy. The investment in terms of the Saudi fund, the monies that we have access for this from the Saudi fund, which is looking at solar plants, battery storage, those are critically important in terms of the future. We need more of that. We need to accelerate that effort. And then also keep in mind that we are advancing the work with the support of the United States government on the MCC, the Millennium Challenge Corporation. A significant portion of that, those funds are allocated to the energy sector, and the specific objective of that work, of that investment, is to reduce the cost of electricity in Belize. So a lot of work is going into that effort so that the Belizean people can be assured that while we pursue this investment, and we have made it very clear it's a sound investment, it's national sovereignty, ownership, at the same time, on a parallel track, we are pursuing efforts in a very structured, responsible way to ensure that we can achieve that objective of reducing the cost of electricity to the Belizean people. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is an important, historic achievement. I certainly want to applaud and commend the Prime Minister and his team who understood the critical importance of this opportunity, took it, ran with it, and made sure they did an excellent job of negotiating very firmly and strongly to ensure that we got the best deal for the Belizean people. So I am proud, very proud and honored to associate myself with this bill and to support this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in trying to wrap up, I will try to just briefly answer some of the things from the other side that they put up that are totally wrong, or to just not understand, or deliberately trying to muddy the waters or to confuse Belizeans. if you were to review the acquisition of BTL versus this acquisition, back then BTL paid the last number we find, because bills, we still find more and more cost with that. It's approaching $700 million. And now we can include all of the lawyer fees and everything that the government was paying. I remember I said it was like a James Bond movie. And they're all over the world. They fight at Paris, Miami, they're New York, they're Washington, once they're Mexico, even Costa Rica. They have all kind of meetings and lawyers and everything. And this versus an acquisition has cost about $260 million. I don't know where the honorable member for the opposition talking about as if we don't spend the Saudi loan. We don't get $1 yet. The loan has been approved. We started working on a 60 megawatt project, but now we decided that, you know what, we want to reduce the solar part, but now invest more in batteries. Because with batteries, then we could save at night when there's not much consumption, and then use it during the day or during the early part of the night when the consumption is high. So we're reconfiguring that. We have not spent a single cent, Madam Leader of the Opposition. And you ask all kind of questions about what if this broke down, or what if it would happen, and this. When you buy a car, you don't have to fix it if something goes wrong with it. I mean, they're just common sense. But obviously common sense no come on over the next side. If you look at the NERA valuation takes into account all of that. It takes account. Mr. Speaker, when she was speaking, I did not interrupt her, not a single time.
Please let's allow the Honorable
Not
Prime
a
Minister
single
to
time
finish
I
his
interrupted
statement.
you. And you know who did who checked the structure, who came and did the company? The company is owned by Joseph Suknandan, who is the very man that was, when working at BEL, was instrumental in setting up the dams. Now he's no longer with BEL, he is now living in the United States. He have a consultancy firm, and they came to ensure that everything is in working order. And he gave his stamp of approval. You think we just want to go and buy like what the UDP did with BTL and BEL? I mean, when you think about BEL, the hotel room deal, exactly, that's why we end up the pay almost $700 million. When you look at BEL, again, the previous government had no foresight, or probably never understand business. They allow Fortis to hoodwink them until they, after 4 years of fighting, the government knew that they were going to lose, and the elections when they come up, so we hurry one try clean up this. And so Fortis say, all right, just give me 1/3 of BTL, of BEL, and left with the Fortis Belize dam. Because that is where the money is. That we borrow should have acquired back then. The dam back then. Then we could have talk about reducing the price of electricity.
You buy a car without an engine?
Yeah, they got buy the car without the engine. That is what they did. And you are coming and they accuse me? What moral authority do you have? It's not a criticism. I am answering you.
Member from Albert, please allow the Honorable Prime Minister to finish his
statement. I am answering you. I am telling you that what you should be saying today is to come and apologize to Belizean people, to say our government back then, the UDP government in 2015, should have acquired Fortis Belize Limited and not BEL. Mr. Speaker, when when the leader of the opposition was talking, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
Member from
and then
Albert,
you like crying,
please allow the Honorable Prime Minister to finish his...
Yes, man, I did. I never interrupt you. Did I interrupt you, leader of the opposition, when you were talking? I did not. So then, don't you think I deserve the same? Thank you very much. So that's the point that I'm making. That now you have the hindsight of 2020 vision and realize that they were tricked. They were hoodwinked. Protect BEL, but not at Fortis, the dam where all the money was being made. And I don't know where they get about the mathematics and maths. I think they need to go back there. Probably a standard one for learn arithmetic. Because careful of what? Of what?
Member from Albert, please allow the Prime Minister to finish.
I don't know. Again, I think the honorable member they talk about 88% whatever. But let me give you a quick. The total investment actually is for the dam is approximately $244 million. The profits is an average of about $30 million per year. When you do your maths, that gives you annual return of about 12.5%. So I don't know where on God's earth you talk about 88%. The rate of return on your profits based on the investment is approximately 12.5%. That's why we're saying that whosoever that we invest in this company, you will be able to make anywhere between 12 and 14% return on your investment. And then talking about how BTL, what they owe is big more than their assets. Again, you come to this national center and just throw numbers without really knowing the facts. Or maybe you know the facts and you deliberately try create aspersions. Because the point I'm making here, Mr. Speaker, is that the BEL assets are approximately $350 million more than what they owe. More. But then they come and say, oh, they can't even leverage or borrow because they owe more than what the company is worth. You just throw their numbers, man. And whilst you think you're so smart, or like you know, the people that know, they look at you and they laugh and say, man, and you want to be Prime Minister and they can't even got your facts properly? You know? That is the problem. Now, they're making a big issue about the small shareholders. I wonder where was her financial model when she may come up with the Bolido. Remember the Bolido? Did she think about the small shareholders for the Bolido? Did she think and say, you know what, this is a good investment, make a small shareholders who could invest $1,000 or $5,000 also invest in the Bolido? She never do that. One individual. Two. But yeah, because one because the other one just the cover for that one. And the person may show himself on one of the court cases when I'm here, the person show she well know that who. She knew exactly who he gave that to. So somebody very close to the UDP. And then yet she had come and talk that we never give, we need to think about the small shareholders. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I announce it to the entire country. We have said from the day one, and I told her, that's the thing, man. I told her, I said, listen, we want to make sure that as many small shareholders in this country that are interested to invest in this company, we want them to invest because we want Belizeans to feel that they are the true owners of this investment, of this asset, this national asset. And I repeat it again, since you have temporary amnesia, I guess, we are going to allow every small shareholder or investor in this country to invest the money. So, Madam Leader of the Opposition, you say you have your money saved the HRCU. Now, HRCU give you what, about 5%? About 5%. This will give you between 12 and 14%. So maybe you should consider taking out some other money and put it in at this because you can be a good rate of return. The honorable member from Messop, don't claim he and put in some money in there, right? And it's a safe one. They have one solid contract till 2060. 2060, you'll get all of the details. Once we do the prospectus to the public, you will be able to see all of that on your rate of return. And again, just another correction. The PUC is not required to sanction a commercial transaction such as shareholding, as sales of these shares in a company. The PUC enough. That has nothing to do with the PUC. The PUC regulate rates. In this case, the power purchase agreement, that is what the PUC regulates. And in this instance, we are saying that this company, we are going to show some form of goodwill, that we are going to remove that automatic 1.5% escalation clause every year. That is going to save almost $50 million to the Belizean consumer. But let me do something, Mr. Speaker, as I wrapped up. Let me show you a UDP versus the PUP approach. The UDP was hostile to Fortis Inc. They took their shares without any notice in the middle of the night by way of compulsory nationalization. The PUP conducted good faith negotiations, having maintained a cordial relationship with Fortis. The UDP had absolutely no concern to the damage they would do to the investment climate and reputation of Belize. The PUP understands that investors are to be treated with respect, that the rule of law is vital to economic growth, and that the right investment climate can produce high-paying jobs and a better quality for all Belizeans. In 2015, when UDP settled their Fortis nationalization after 4 long years of expensive litigation and loss of reputation, you know who does some of their liars, right? On the government side, right? The UDP government had a cabinet meeting and a press announcement on Monday. One day in the morning, then post all and just get in there, and then in the afternoon they have a press conference. And a meeting 48 hours later with 0 consultations with anybody, and they made no documents available to anyone. This PUP government, we engaged in months of good faith negotiations. We briefed the opposition. We briefed senators. And we made the actual agreements available in advance, along with all the technical reports, including the independent valuation. You see the big difference? That's why my brother was up till 3 o'clock this morning. Now, I wish we could have given it to you 3 months ago, but it never really. We just finished the negotiations. And as you know, my brother, in a business, once you consume a deal, you have to move quick. Because people want the money. You don't consume the business, you don't dot all the I's and cross all the T's and everything is in place. You sign, and then you have X amount of days to be able to pay. The UDP paid $2.74 per BTL share in 2015. The PUP is paying $1.56 per BL shares, 43% less than what the UDP paid for those shares in 2015. The UDP nationalized BL, which was losing money. The PUP is acquiring Fortis Belize, which is profitable and being running well. The UDP nationalization exiled our best electricity managers, cutting BL and sending many to work abroad. In fact, to this day, BL insiders will tell you that the company has never fully recovered from that UDP decision. This PUP government, we're using our best people to ensure that success and sustainability of the electricity sector could continue. In the case of BTL, and this is very important, Mr. Speaker, the UDP ended up paying a purchase price of 35 times BTL's earnings back then. Can you remember the BTL earning plunged up to $1 million in 2019? That are the kind of managers they were. It plunged to $1 million. And this time, this last financial statement, they showed that they made over $20 million in profits. That's how the PUP they do. and close to, I said 35 times the BTL's earnings, which is close to $700 million for a company with no guaranteed contracts or cash flow and one facing competition. In the case of Fortis Belize, the PUP is buying this company 6 times its earnings. So if you take the earnings for the next 6 years, you're supposed to be able to pay off that investment. For a company with power supply contracts up to 2060 and a virtual monopoly in the hydro space in Belize. The UDP, that side, they have a put option at a book value price given to Fortis by the UDP for BL shares in 2015 that is valued US $62.6 million. That is the guaranteed price that the Barrow administration gave to Fortis back then. And that in 2019, Fortis could have come to BL and said, well, same with 1/3 shares, and I want my $62.5 million US dollars. Our government, the PUP government, is buying those shares for less than 18 million US dollars. Less than 1/3 the price. This is something that the other side could have never conceived. That's why they're so confused when they come here to this National Assembly and then talk. Because they don't know what they're talking about, or either they don't know, and if they know, then they're trying to deliberately deceive the people. I don't know which one worse. Now, according to and then remember when the then Prime Minister Barrow, everything, the NERA valuations and said NERA valuations had BTL at 100 million, remember? And then they end up to pay, if you shall pay there and settle, you could have saved hundreds of millions of dollars to this country. But no, you can't fight. And then you end up, they go down a hotel room and hurry sign an agreement that end up the saddle with almost $700 million. But NERA valuations are the gold standard in the UDP, using BTL and BEL to fight the disputes. In both instances, the UDP payments for BTL and BEL exceeded the NERA's independent valuations. So NERA getting a value and they pay more. So why you can't get a valuation if you're not listening to them? Now, our government is different. We are paying substantially less than the NERA independent valuation at a net discount of 19 million US dollars or 38 million Belize. We pay less than what they value the company for. They over the side pay more than what the company was valued. That is the difference between a UDP government and a PUP government. Now, according to the news archives and government records, the 2015 UDP settlement with Fortis, after a hostile takeover in 2011 and 4 years of expensive litigation and loss of reputation for Belize, was this. Cabinet meeting was on Monday, August the 31st, followed by a press conference that same day, followed by a House meeting 36 hours later to take the settlement through all its stages on the 2nd of September 2015. There was no briefing to the Leader of the Opposition or members of Parliament, and no documents were shared. What moral authority does the Leader of the Opposition have to come here in this House and speak out? And to speak out about transparency. Look at your record of your government, of your party, before you could come here and cause aspersions. Look in the mirror first, then you could talk. Or does she prefers for another foreign company to own the hydro facilities and not Belizeans? Because it was a foreign company that was going to buy the shares. And the honorable member from Freetown is perfectly right. The minute that that Fortis advised me that they were going to sell the shares, I immediately tell them that I felt offended that they did not come to the government and tell us, you know what, we're planning to sell the shares. We're giving you the first option. Are you prepared? Are you interested? And then the vice president spoke to their CEO and to the chairman of the board. And the following morning they called and said, you know, apologizing profusely, said they did not intend to offend the government and people of Belize, and said, well, if you're interested, let's talk, let's negotiate. That's from May that happened. So you have May, June, July, August, September, almost 6 months of negotiations. We never just run and go horror group and grab it. And yes, we can make an announcement when you negotiate these things. I remember from Mesopotamia, and even after we signed the agreement with Fortis, they still asked us not to say anything because of regulatory regulations that they have to meet in Canada because they are a publicly traded company. So these things, there's a process. It's not because you did try, right? For instance, again, and I like to use the member from Mesopotamia, because I'm thinking about the only one we really know business on the other side. When you try work out one deal, do you announce it? Member from Mesopotamia, when you try work out one deal, do you announce it to everybody? Hey, I think I'll go buy this property for half the price. You keep it quiet, don't you? Until you get it. When you don't buy it, then you tell your Baladian boy, check that out, I'll make a good deal right here. That's exactly what we're doing. We have to negotiate, and we can't talk about it until we know what we are. How would it look if we go here and boast, oh, we can buy Fortis, and we are this and that, and then we don't buy it? We don't make fun of it. We have to make sure we know what we're doing. Leadership. Exactly, leadership. And understand business, understand how to make things work for the benefit of Belizeans. There are so many more things that I could say to answer the leader of the opposition, but I really don't waste my time, Mr. Speaker. The point is, Mr. Speaker, that from any angle you take, her only option is be able to parrot the boilerplate opposition lines, knowing full well in her arguments that they are hollow, totally without merit, and in almost every way an indictment of our own party's repeated failures and scandals involving the electricity sector, especially BEL. I made a lot of other notes about answering, Mr. Speaker, but you know what? I know I'll waste my time, and just like the brother from Mesopotamia, I could stand up for 10, 12 hours. But I know I talk for 10, 12 hours. All I need to do is just make the points and then say, Mr. Speaker, I urge support for both sides of this honorable House for us to be able to be the true masters of our destinies. And as I end this debate, Mr. Speaker, I am going to ask for a division for everybody to be able to vote individually on what we want to do if they support this, what we're doing today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When I finish, then you put the question, then you... Okay.
Members, clerk, can we proceed?
A division has been called on the Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025. Second reading. Honorable John Briceño.
Support.
Honorable Cordell Hyde.
Yes.
Honorable Francis Fonseca.
Aye.
Honorable Jose Abelardo Mai.
Yes, that's what to say.
Honorable Julius Espat.
Yes.
Honorable Rodwell Ferguson Sr. Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia.
Yes.
Honorable Karim Musa. Honorable Florencio Marin Jr.
Yes.
Honorable Oscar Riquena. Honorable Orlando Habet.
Yes.
Honorable Anthony Mahler. Honorable Kevin Bernard.
Yes. Did you hear this one?
Honorable Henry Charles Osher.
Aye.
Honorable Michelle Chebat. Honorable Oscar Mira. Honorable Abner Andre Perez.
Yes.
Dr. Honorable Luis Zabani.
Yes.
Honorable Thea Garcia Ramirez.
Yes.
Honorable Ramon Cervantes.
Yes.
Honorable Ramiro Ramirez.
Yes.
Honorable Gilroy Osher.
Yes.
Honorable Luis Balona. Dr. Honorable Osmond Martinez. Honorable Devin Daly. Honorable Tracy Panton. Honorable Ugo Pat.
Yes.
Honorable Lee Mark Chang. Honorable Godwin Hillock. Honorable Miguel Guerra.
Honorable members, as we resume, the results on the division on the Belize Electricity Investment Bill are as follows. Yes, 17 votes. Abstain, 3 votes. Absent, 10 votes. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to ratify and give effect to the FBL share purchase agreement for the acquisition of the entirety of the issued and outstanding share capital in Fortis Belize Limited by the Government of Belize and the BEL share purchase agreement for the acquisition by the Government of Belize of 22,984,662 shares in Belize Electricity Limited owned by Fortis Cayman Inc. to charge the Consolidated Revenue Fund with and authorize the payment of the purchase price and related sum therefrom, to authorize the Financial Secretary to make payments and to issue treasury bills and treasury notes for the purpose of financing the said acquisition, to raise the principal sum represented by treasury bills and treasury notes outstanding at any one time, to authorize the divestment of the FBL shares and the BEL shares to members of the public, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Be read a second time. The ayes have it based on the results earlier.
Bill for an act to ratify and give effect to the FBL share purchase agreement.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Amendment number 2, Bill 2025. Before I move the second, well, no, we have to wait. Sorry, I just want to add a little bit more because now I got more details. What this micro, small, and medium enterprise business tax amnesty program is all about. It offers an opportunity to MSMEs conducting business in Belize, as I said earlier, to formalize their status with the Belize Tax Service, BTS, and any other relevant departments such as Rural Development, Belize and Companies Corporate Affairs Registry, and Small Business Development Center. Upon their successful registration, eligible ESMEs will qualify for business tax exemption for a period of 1 year from the date of the issue of the amnesty certificate, and will not be liable to any accrued business tax, penalties, or interest related to their business tax obligations. And so what are some of their benefits? Well, one, they get a 1 year exemption from the payment of business tax from the date issued, a waiver of accrued business tax, waiver of accrued tax penalty and interest, eligibility to participate in Government of Belize tenders, eligibility for fiscal incentives up to $1 million over 4 years, improve public and private collaboration, eligibility to participate in other MSMEs initiatives funded by the Government of Belize. As I said earlier, we have a number of amnesty clinics and roadshow, and just read out some have already taken place. On October 1st, they were in Belize City. On the 2nd, they were in Corozal. On the 3rd, they were in Orange Walk. On the 8th, they were in Independence Village. On the 9th, they were in Hopkins. The 10th, at Dangriga. The 15th will be in Benquevio del Carmen. The 16th is San Ignacio, Santa Elena. And then the remaining dates for the amnesty clinics and roadshow are Bemopan, to be held on the 27th October, San Pedro to be held on the 4th of November, Kikoka to be held on the 5th of November, and Punta Gorda to be held on the 7th of November. So far, a total of 673 persons registered to participate in the formalization and amnesty program to date. 482 businesses formalized and applied for amnesty. 202 businesses fully completed formalization and received approval for amnesty. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, when we just first passed this amendment, it came to an end in October. And so for us to be able to continue to help these small businesses, we are extending it until the end of December. So, I ask the indulgence of this honorable host and even the both sides to support us to help our small businesses in Belize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is straightforward. It is significant. It provides much needed breathing room, if you will, for small and micro enterprises. These enterprises that are the backbone of our economy, 80% of our business, of our economy is fueled by the work of our MSMEs. And it's important that they're given the requisite time to come into full compliance with our tax and company registration systems. That's absolutely important. I know of many cases, having had the privilege of working closely with Beltrade in the past, that there are many of our small businesses who face extraordinary challenges. They're the chief cook and bottle washer. They've had to endure some serious economic shocks. COVID-19 is a great example. Of course, we can't underscore the impact of the inflationary pressures that our small business endure, the impact of limited access to affordable credit, affordable capital. The fact that there is a need for greater public awareness and training, and I know Beltrade leads this charge in terms of educating our small businesses on the various pieces of legislation and how they can actually become beneficiaries of our regulatory framework. And so I'd like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and his cabinet for extending this window. And ask at some point, Prime Minister, that we seriously look at this tax infrastructure, the tax framework for these small businesses. Relief is important, but also the formula on how our tax base or tax system works is also important. We need to be fair. It needs to be pragmatic. It has to take into consideration the unique challenges that the backbone of our economy have to endure. Energy costs is a huge input for all members of the productive sector, but it becomes very difficult, particularly for MSEs. And I think of the tour operators, for example, or the single boat operator, those kinds of persons. We want to ensure that outreach is across the country, that the processes are simplified, and that we pay special attention to underserved communities to ensure true inclusivity. So based on the consideration for the extension, those of us on this side certainly support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the opposition, the leader of the opposition, for her remarks and her support. And I do agree with you that the tax framework that we have to make, and I've been speaking with some of my colleagues about it already, that there has to be the framework we have setting up, especially for small businesses. Sometimes I think our people at the tax department can be almost callous, and just go and hammer them, and in many instances threaten our small businesses. So in effect, what you do, instead of encouraging them to become part of the formal market, they go back into the informal market, which is the opposite, the adverse effect that we're getting. We need to find a way how we can have the small businesses. We've been working on a project, what called Simple, by this guy Figueres, I think he's from Argentinian, who wrote this book, Simple, how to make business simple, especially in paying taxes, getting services from government, that you'll be able to do everything from your phone. A small business can enter their sales and their profits and their expenses and give you your profits, and then the taxes, you could work it out. So make it with 3-4 lines, very easy, just making it simple for small businesses, because in many instances these businesses, these people don't know. It's not that they don't want to pay, they simply don't know. And they don't have access to an accountant or to a lawyer or even to another business person, a successful business person that could tell you, hey, you have to pay Social Security, you have to make sure and you pay on time, you have to make sure that you pay this, you pay that, that kind of stuff. They don't know. And that is why we're having this road show right now, that they can come in and we work with them. It's a lengthy process during the whole course of the day, so that then so that they could understand what is expected, and then we're giving them a whole year of tax exemption, and you will pay no penalties or interest from what you may owe going backwards. So we give them a chance to start to follow the forms and to learn how the process works, to be able to do that. So I fully agree with you, and that is something maybe we should be able to find a way how to work together. The other issues of the interest and penalties at the tax department, and I've said it before and I repeat it, I think they're excessively high. I know when it was passed that they're trying to probably almost scare people into ensuring that you pay, because you say, boy, if I miss my payment, the fees on pay is so high. But the penalties are so high and excessive, and again, it has the adverse effect. In some instances, a small business owner, they try pay, and after 2-3 months, you can't keep up because of the penalties sinking them deeper and deeper, and finally say, no, to hell with it, I just can't pay. What are you do with me? I mean, we just had a good example with our brother about 2 months ago. Sorry? Mornings, Andrew. That Andrew, I think, is a good business person. But again, if he knew, and then I think he came out afterwards and admitted that he did not know how he's supposed to operate his business. Now, if he had gone to probably, I don't know, maybe he did to Beltrade or one of his years, so we could help them. We could help them how to structure his business, because as his case, he was making the case, I am not making these monies. I am just the conduit. So I should only be taxed on my commission. But the way he structured it, he was reporting he's collecting all of this, so then he has to pay tax on that. So that's a perfect example of a small business. And he's fairly quite successful, so successful that his competitors started to report to the tax department and say, well, we pay for your tax, and he don't pay, so he have an advantage over us. So there's some work that we have to do, especially for small businesses. So, Madam Leader of the Opposition, thank you for your support. It's been a long day, so I will end by appealing to everybody's support for this, and that it goes through 3 stages today. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to extend the deadline for the formalization of MSMEs and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the ambit and focus of the coastal and ocean governance through mechanisms such as an integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning processes to align with international best practices, to provide for holistic integrated coastal and marine management, including the impacts of human interactions, through effective management of ecosystems within the coastal zone and ocean zones, to safeguard the integrity of critical ecosystems to enhance climate resilience, to promote equitable use of resources within the coastal zone and ocean zone of Belize, to facilitate and strengthen cross-sectoral coordination, science-based and participatory planning for informed decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I just gave an explanation of what we want to do and why the urgency we have to pass this into law by the 4th of November. I urge the support of everyone. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, again, I hear the Prime Minister when he says that, Mr. Speaker, that in some cases we have to act with great urgency. And I recall when we were dealing with the AMLFT, and we had legislation after legislation and legislation in trying to get Belize off the black books and to make sure that we were able to create the legal infrastructure that was necessary to do that. But we didn't have enough time to look at the legislation, to be able to make a meaningful contribution, to be able to ask the relevant questions. And I think that's important if we're serious about a healthy, robust debate on issues and not personalities. If we're really, I take great offense when the highest office of this land says we're stupid or we're confused when information is not given to us in an appropriate time period. I find it insulting because we take this responsibility seriously. We don't come here wanting to be disruptive. We care about this country as much, those on this side as much as you on that side. And so when we don't have the information with the appropriate time to digest it, to review it, we don't have technical assistance. I do all my research myself, and we don't have CEOs and technical officers. If we want to come here and lend to the national discourse and the national debate, we have to put in the work ourselves. Certainly don't have any persons writing my response. And so I'm a little dismayed that even though we had 4 years to reach here, to be able to implement this component of the Blue Bond, that we come with no notice at all to move and approve this bill. I believe that the bill has tremendous potential. But again, we simply didn't have the time to review it. I believe that the bill is intended to guide the sustainable use of our cultural and ocean resources. But the bill, and this is just based on my cursory review of it, contains some weaknesses, and I hope that the member for Belize Rural South and his team will take some time to look at the areas where weaknesses do exist. The bill establishes what is called as an autonomous coastal zone management authority. But in reality, the minister, according to the bill, still maintains full control. I remember, Honorable Prime Minister, when you came to this National Assembly 5 years ago and you said we would limit ministerial intervention and ministerial interference, but that has not been the practice. The bill says that the minister will appoint the chair, the minister will appoint the majority of the board, the minister will appoint the chief executive officer. Even the internal rules, the budgets and procedures requires the ministerial approval. This does not, in my humble view, create for independence, and it leaves the authority politically dependent, which can compromise potentially its objectivity when major development investments and decisions are being made. Member for Belize Rural South, Mr. Speaker, I think that the bill's financial framework also needs some strengthening. Although it allows for the authority to collect fees and receive donations, there is no firm oversight on how these funds will be managed. Again, I'm not trying to be, it's not a political matter for me, but really an attempt to look at these areas critically in the interest of preserving our blue economy and our marine resources. The board, according to the bill, appoints its own auditor, and it's not subject to the scrutiny of the Auditor General. Raises a red flag for me. Transparency and accountability are especially important where both public and donor funds are involved. The proposed Barrier Reef Foundation can receive gifts and contributions, but again, there is no clear reporting or disclosure requirements in this bill, and I urge the member for Belize Rural South, Minister of the Blue Economy, that this must be corrected. The environmental penalties and their breaches, in my view, seem too low, and it's not a deterrent for those major polluters or developers who damage our mangroves and reefs. In section 45 of this bill, where there's a conflict in the provision of this act and the provision of any other law, the provisions of this act shall prevail where the subject matter of the conflict is within the primary mandate of this act. What it seems to be saying to me, the section is that if any other law, such as the Environmental Protection Act, the Fisheries Resources Act, or Land Utilization Act contains a rule that conflicts with this bill, then this bill takes precedence whenever the conflict touches on matters defined as part of its quote-unquote primary mandate. If this law, if this bill can override existing legislation, we're then weakening our ability to protect the natural systems on which our country depends. I urge again, Minister, that some of the shortcomings be looked at critically so that we can make the necessary amendments in short order. I recommend the limit on ministerial control over appointments and key decisions to give authority real independence, real autonomy. Second, to include clear rules on conflict of interest and disclosure by all of your board members. Thirdly, that we require an independent audit and public reporting on the authority's financing and the Belize Barrier Reef Foundation. And fourth, strengthen the penalties and enforcement powers to ensure real deterrence, expand public participation by demanding broad consultations and community representation on the board, and six, and possibly most importantly, review the drafting of the bill to align with existing environmental legislation. Belize's, and I think we all know this, Belize's coastal and marine resources are vital to our national economy and to our identity as a nation. We all share the responsibility to protect them. We should not pass legislation that weakens the very institutions that must safeguard these resources. I therefore again ask that, even though I understand the bill is going to be passed today, that post haste, that we look at those areas that need strengthening so that we can ensure that what the bill intends to do, that the bill accomplishes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, before I recognize right now, I rise, of course, to make my contribution and, of course, to support of this bill. And before I do my response on what the leader of the opposition, the member from Albert, has just mentioned just now, please allow me, Mr. Speaker, to recognize, of course, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and, of course, the good news about our Madam Speaker. And, of course, I heard the Prime Minister sharing his personal experiences with his late mother, whom I happen to know. I do, in my family, have also members who have passed away close to me because of breast cancer. And I want to mention personally my dear niece, who right now is in that middle of that battle right now, who's a wonderful young lady. She's battling breast cancer. I call her personally her name because her name is Lisa Stone. Wonderful young lady. She's right there, so my prayers and thoughts are with her. So it's very special that I mention it here. But leader of the opposition, first of all, I want to assure you, I take notes of what you're saying, but I want to tell you there's not much ado about what you said about nothing. In terms of when it comes to finance, I want to make it clear to you that the work of the Ministry of the Blue Economy, and especially the CZMAI, they are the ones who are tasked. We are the ones tasked. We are the one to call it the workhorse. We're here to make sure that these conservation targets are met. When it relates to the funding, the Blue Bonds Unit is in charge of that, but while we do get some funding, it is always never enough. And I must commend as well the great work that organization make, the CZMA, wonderful, wonderful people. I want to even call out right to CEO Samuels on the great work that she has done and continues to do. And these people are diligently working. And I do take note as well about the haste, but of course we do have, and I want to remind everyone that we do have a commitment that we have done with this Blue Bonds agreement. Now, we are very, of course, the CCMI is not a huge department, but they do a lot. They perform a lot. In the last 11 months, they have done a lot of work to reach to this milestone 5. So I want you to bear with me. But in terms of what we have done is providing, I assure you, is a governance framework to help secure present and future conditions for economic prosperity, functional ecosystems, and social and cultural benefits. That's important, dear leader of the opposition. And when it comes to ministerial powers, I can assure as well, that board that is going to be appointed or is appointed, it encompasses all stakeholders across the length of this and breadth of this country. Remember also that we have done a lot of consultation in the last 11 months, and everyone involved, especially coastal villages, namely 17 coastal communities, were extensively consulted, and a lot of data collections has been done as well. So, member from Albert, I hear your concern, I take note of it, but I am confident that what we are doing here is the right thing, that we have made changes that will better put us in a way that our waters or blue space is very much held, that it grows sustainably as well and environmentally friendly as well. We have to find that balance, and I assure that that is what we are doing. And in closing, the bill right here basically is strengthening the role and function of the CCMI. That is one of the most important we have done, because it's more than 20 years that this CCMI has existed. And yes, we do see that some kind of amendments need to be done. And while I do take note of what you have mentioned, I think what we are presenting right now is more than safe in terms of it. As it relates to the auditing as well, I can assure again that everything is there open, that to be seen, that everything is accounted for, and full trust in what the organization is all about, right? And also remember, let's look at the good things as well that this is going to yield, because it will establish also a national data hub for integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial plan. And this is for everyone to share, because in the past, every single organization having their own little information, and yet we're not able to integrate it. What CZMAI is going to do right now is basically integrating all that in spatial planning, that marine spatial planning to help. It is there to access for every single person that comes here, any organization. So overall, this bill is a critical instrument for transforming national ocean governance, safeguarding the integrity of coastal and ocean resources, and supporting sustainable blue economy development for people-positive outcomes. So this bill establishes the legal framework for implementation of the revised integrated coastal zone management plan, which includes marine and coastal biodiversity offsets, and the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan to be delivered in 2026. And finally, Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that we have a commitment with the Blue Bonds Agreement. It's called the 30 by 30. In that, we are bounded to make sure that at least 30% of our waters, of our blue space, is at some way in some form of protection. I am happy to report, thank you for, and I really want to call on my ministry that they are doing the great work. We're somewhere around 24%, and by all accounts, we will going to be meeting our target of 30 by 30 by next year, 2026. And that is something I'm proud to hail, to recognize my entire ministry of the great work they do that. With that said, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I understand the leaders of opposition's point making that they wish should have had more time. But I wish we could have heard the scientists, because they went through extensive consultations. Remember, this is the 5th milestone that we're bringing here to the National Assembly. And so we had to work on number 1, and number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. And this one, we started off 11 months ago. They had 50 meetings, consultations, 11 months of consultations. They had 50 meetings with almost 400 participants of 15 stakeholder groups. And they engaged with 17 coastal communities. And so that's a very, very long process. Now, I know it's easy to bash, to say that the government controls the board, but it's not a matter of control. It is that the key government ministries, we have to ensure that they are on the board, because they have to see after the implementation and coordination of the plan and the policies. So they have to be on the board. And I want to finish up with this very important point, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. The Belize network of NGOs, they were consulted, and they went through extensive discussions with them, and it's the BNN, they gave their input and also assisted their input into the plan and assisted in the preparation of the actual legislation. So we are ensuring that we can be able to put something in place that can work. We've had the Coastal Zone Management Authority for many years, but it was dormant. It did some work, but it never did the necessary work that it has. But now, under the Blue Bond Agreement that we signed, we are committed by this agreement with these that we've made with the Nature Conservancy and also with others, that we must be able to meet these commitments that we made. So that is why I've been going through this extensive legislation, and I wish we could have finished it earlier, but then just finish it. So now we have to rush through the process to get it approved by November the 4th, as what was agreed, as what we signed on into the agreement. So once again, I urge the support of everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the ambit and focus of the coastal and ocean governance through mechanisms such as integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning processes to align with international best practices, to provide for holistic integrated coastal and marine management, including the impacts of human interactions through effective management of ecosystems within the coastal zone and ocean zones, to safeguard the integrity of critical ecosystems, to enhance climate resilience, to promote equitable use of resources within the coastal zone and ocean zone of Belize, to facilitate and strengthen cross-sectorial coordination, science-based and participatory planning for informed decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for the Act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the Gambling Prevention Act, Chapter 109 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Computer Wagering Licensing Act, Chapter 149 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Gaming Control Act, Chapter 152 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Mr. Speaker, we did the first reading way back, I think, around the 27th of June, and I gave an extensive explanation of what we're doing, but just to not to go through the whole recitals, basically though, this is an exercise that was started under the previous government. They realized back then, in which we agreed with them, that there were these 4 different pieces of legislation, and they started the consultations, I think, way back as early as 2012, and they went through different processes, and I think the last one was in 2019. And so what we have done is to continue on that work, to be able to amalgamate all of these different pieces of legislation into one piece of legislation, so we could better manage this industry. We have seen that this is a huge industry, and that there's a lot of revenues that the government can collect if it is done properly. But at the same time, we have to ensure that these people that manage or own or control these establishments are also not taking advantage of their customers. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm asking for everyone's support, and if there are any other questions, I'm prepared to do my best to answer them. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Queen Square.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the opposition to speak on the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025. This bill is being packaged as a modernization, as a consolidation bill. Rightly so. It really puts together the four legislation into one. But the reality, it represents really the massive centralization of power into just one bill. That by itself is not just modernization of the bill, it's really the conclusion of monopolization. Whenever you monopolize any industry, it's vitally important the rules and regulations that you have in place to protect the industry on both sides. In this case, the gamblers, and on the other side, the owners of the gambling houses. Let us be clear. This bill establishes a Gaming and Lotteries Commission, a powerful body corporate with its body board entirely appointed by the minister. There's no independent oversight there. There's no parliamentary scrutiny. There's no real public accountability. The chairperson of this commission is the CEO. So every decision, from licensing to enforcement, sits really under the minister's finger. He has the CEO there. All appointments are his. Even if this commission is being created to regulate our industry, because we need the regulation, the way it is, it can easily fall to abuse for political gains. Because when the same hands will issue the license, collect the fees, enforce the entire gambling industry, they become the sole one making the political decisions. From this, conflict of interest can rise easily. Political opportunities run rampant. That's one of my concerns. In addressing this, I think we on this side would like to see the social partners being involved on more boards, on more commission, because it really gives the cross-section of the community being there to act as a check and balance to stop anything that may go wrong. A major clause in this bill is Section 20. It allows the minister to grant an exclusive lottery license to an entity. Here allows a minister to declare a monopoly with the approval of the commission, of course. But really and truly, if we're going to do a monopoly, wouldn't we want at least the cabinet to all approve this monopoly? That single clause opens the door to the creation of a state-sanctioned monopoly. It gives any administration, including this one, full control to the multi-million-dollar lottery industry with zero parliamentary oversight and zero parliamentary tendering. It's like we've seen this movie before, exclusive license. It's coming in the national transport industry. A handful of political connected people can easily be the only one to tender for these types of things because it will not be open tendering. This clause should at least be tweaked or subjected to some type of independent review. Otherwise, it becomes another avenue for political enrichment, and that's something the opposition is totally against. This bill introduces also Section 28, gambling and lottery taxes. We on this side are all for taxes to help with the situation with gambling. We are told half will go to the general fund and half will go to an official fund, the charities fund at the Treasury. The question is simple. Who decides where that money goes? Who decides which charities will benefit? Who sits on the committees that allocate those funds? Will those reports be made public? There is not a single clause in this bill that mandates public disclosure or independent audit. The bill at Section 43 also gives enforcement officers the power to arrest, prosecute, seize property. This is a power normally reserved for the police. I can understand why. Just like how you have health inspectors, there will probably be like gambling inspectors. However, there is still a matter for the police to deal with when it comes to real investigation. I know this Bunda situation has lost public trust. The police department, really, nobody trusts the police department at this time. So really and truly, we have to find a way that will give back the police confidence, give back the people confidence, and create a section that will at least include police investigation. It's really a dangerous concentration of authority with no built-in oversight. If this government wants to professionalize gaming regulations, then create an independent authority to oversee it. Use stakeholders from the industry on it. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget the gaming and lotteries that directly affect the most vulnerable. Many times it's public servants who go and visit the casinos. It's the ordinary folks who go there and try to win. They care everything. They care their pay. They care what they even go and pawn out and get money to go and try to win. When regulation is weak and enforcement is politicized, the social costs fall hardest on those who can least afford it. This bill makes big promises about supporting health, education, and sports, but where in the law are the safeguards to ensure those benefits will actually reach our schools, clinics, and communities? I don't see it nowhere in this bill. Instead, what we see is another piece of legislation that feeds bureaucracy but starves public accountability. Belizeans deserve a law that regulates the industry with transparency, collects revenue with accountability, and protects the public from exploitation. This is not reform. This is regression. And this is not about politics. It's about principles. Belizeans are tired of backroom deals and paper reform. When you scrutinize this bill, you want to see how the gamblers are protected. I can easily see how the gamblers are punished if they go to an illegal gambling house. Up to $50,000 is the fine. If you open or participate in the gambling house yourself as an owner, the fine skyrockets to $250,000. Nowhere in this bill you see they have any regulations for slot machines, for example. What's the payout for slot machines? I know these things can come in regulations in the future, but if you're going to deal with the people now, deal with the business also now. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's a long day and I really will not,
Honorable Prime Minister.
I just want a question, clarification.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to mention to the National Assembly, to this House, that indeed this movement to create a commission has been long in the making. I happened to sit on the House committee that looked at this bill critically. And we made mention, and I don't see the reflection in the bill, there were critical components that were overlooked, and maybe not intentionally. The whole issue of the kind of legal framework for online gaming. It's an unwieldy subcomponent of the industry, but a very lucrative one. And there are no safeguards in there, to deal with that issue. And then there's also the issue of what has been referred to as the private poker clubs. So you have a group of friends who get together and play poker at someone's house, and there's no component in this bill that addresses any kind of arrangements for that. In my experience at the Ministry of Economic Development, when I was there, Prime Minister, it was the #1 concern that the official gaming houses had, Princess in particular, about these, what they call private membership clubs. And that is not, my friends and I would sit down and play one game of pity pat for cash. And it has become an issue for the sector, and so some kind of reference on if there's going to be a particular license, a particular arrangement. For example, we have in the bill how we deal with, for example, games of chance, raffles, that kind of thing, but there are key components that have been missing. The minutes of our House Committee should have those issues flagged. The CEO from the Office of the Prime Minister did take note of some of those issues, but I don't think it has been reflected in the updated bill as far as I can tell. I think, Honorable Prime Minister, those matter, particularly the online gaming, oversight and a regulatory framework for online gaming would be of particular importance in terms of revenue collection for the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, just to answer the main concerns, when the issue of the online gaming, what we need to do right now is to pass the commission. Once that is established, that is one of the things that they have to start to put in place. What kind of regulatory framework we're going to have to be able to manage online gaming. So you can't put every single thing in the bill or in the Act. The Act is then once you set the commission, then they are going to be working on these. On the private poker clubs, I'm not a gambler. I don't even know how to play poker. But pity pat, of course. I wouldn't be a Belizean if I don't play for pity pat. The other day when I'm in the campaign, I play a pity pat right there. Mesopotamia, or Lira, Yokanas, division. Yes, some ladies were playing. But it is very difficult. How could the government interfere if I invite some people to come to my house to gamble? I could play a game, kind of thing, no? And the next time then they go to your house, then you go to the other house, It's extremely difficult. Of course, then I will mention it to the people at the ministry so that when the commission comes into place that they can see if there's anything that can be done. Kind of difficult because leader, if you invite some people, say, I'm going to play a little pity pat tonight, Yeah. And I know, but how can you control that? Anyway, we will have the experts take a look at it. The monopolization, but I remember from Queen Square, what we talk about is the government bolido. That is the only thing where the government has given a monopoly. So that is owned by the government of Belize. And so what was done is then that we set up a private company that's owned by the government of Belize, and they manage it as they manage it privately and making sure they will get the best returns possibly. We do the audit statements. We brought the audit statements there to the House. We've announced, I think so far they have given about $20 million already to NHI. They give it to the government, and then the government then pass it on to NHI. The official charities fund has been there for donkey's years. I mean, and that fund, it is embedded in the budget, and they have a listing and a number of small of different NGOs. The honorable member from Corozalbi could have given us a full listing. If you're interested, she can. Actually, what they're doing right now is they're reviewing all the lists, because some of them are almost defunct, but because they've been getting monies for many, many years and still get it. So we need to be able to do that. So the idea is that then that some of a percentage of this monies that we make from the Bolido, We Bolido, a smaller portion can go to that, but the majority of it will go towards funding the national health insurance. So when you talk about the monopoly, that's the monopoly we're talking about. That's it. No about casinos or whatever. The idea why this has to be done also is because technology has gone left us with this. Now, with this commission, we'll be able to do all of that. For instance, online gambling or online gaming. How is it that we could put things into place that we can control? And even that, we have to be very careful because of the issues of money laundering. It's a very serious one. And so we don't want to be able to just anybody get online gaming, and then when you notice, then we get into trouble with the Americans and the Europeans, and then the banks that are guarding their correspondent banking relations with banks abroad, and it could create even bigger problems. That's something that we have to handle very, very, very carefully. With the one-armed bandits, as I mentioned to you earlier, Honorable, again, using technology, the idea is that the technology exists where you can go now to these. Many of these machines that we use right now, they even meet the standards. And so with this, then we'll be able to put in the standards, and then you could put in a card into the machine. And so whenever you pull, it records that, and it will show how much you collect and how much you pay out. Because in many instances, we don't even know if they're meeting the threshold for payout. For instance, like with the scratch games and that kind of thing, what do you call them? Gimme 5, what? Fantasy 5 or whatever. I don't buy, so I wouldn't know these different games. They have to meet a minimum of, I think it's 70%. And they're audited by companies. There are 2 major companies from the United States that would audit them. So at the end, every year they come to the ministry and to say, well, see, here's my audited statement. I am paying out what is required under law. Whereas some of them would, because it's done by computer, they could tweak, the computer, and when you say they pay out 45% when you're supposed to do 70%. So they are audited also. So there are a number of things that we have to do to be able to control it. But more importantly, I think it's important for us that the whole policy behind all of this is what we want to do is to be what we call, to embrace what they call responsible gaming, which recognize the social ills that can arise from gaming. We have to make sure that we have some kind of controls, ensuring that young kids don't go into these gambling places to go and play and other stuff, and ensuring as best as we possibly can for families or men or women, as soon as they collect and go to the casino, which is a serious problem. As it is, for instance, one of the things that we did, and I think it's still there, that we stopped signing letters for then loan shark business that they collect finance, direct finance salaries. We tell them, no, we don't do that. If you want to borrow from a bank, yes, we can sign up, but we don't do that for these, because the interest, it's usury, it's so high, and they take advantage of our people. So there are a number of things that we want to put in place, and we recognize the social ills of gambling. And so by putting a commission and modernize the laws, we'll be able to have better control. So I appreciate your comments and concerns, and likewise that of the leader of the opposition. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I close the second debate. Thanks.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the Gambling Prevention Act, Chapter 109 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Computer Wagering License Act, Chapter 109 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Gaming Control Act, Chapter 152 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace and consolidate all the laws related to gaming and lotteries and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Culture and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, to provide for the organizational restructuring of the Vital Statistics Unit, to convert the office into a department to support the new business operations and functions, to provide for the registration and filing of life events, to provide for harsher penalties for offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our identity is a right. It's not a privilege. And every Belizean must have legal recognition from birth to death. I have been in this National Assembly before speaking of some of the challenges, especially if you come from a vulnerable situation, in getting access to your birth records and to your death records. And so modernization of the Civil Registry, Vital Statistics Office, must serve the people. And efficiency must not come at the expense of accessibility. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because the bill speaks of certain fines and penalties if the illegal person does not meet certain requirements within a certain amount of time. And so we had a great discussion about it in our House Committee meeting, and we proposed some amendments which I understand has been accepted now, in terms of extending the time frame for these legal requirements to take place. I think it talked initially about 3 months. We've asked for consideration for a year. And then, of course, the issue of data security. Our data security is our national security, and protecting people's personal data is a matter not only of ensuring public trust, but, in my view, safeguarding our sovereignty. So the opposition stands ready to support a modern, efficient, and secure civil registration system that serves Belizeans, especially Belizeans that live in remote and rural communities that may not have ready access to digital technology easily. We must ensure equity and equitable access for all, regardless of where you live and regardless of your socioeconomic background, right? Strong data protection standards is an imperative. An independent oversight mechanism and sufficient investment not only in the system, but in people, in training. Because if you've ever had to go to the Vital Statistics Department, you know that is should be made a high priority, particularly where it relates to service delivery. It is our hope that that we won't digitize this function, and that the people who are dysfunction, PM, dysfunction. If you go now, the system, when we don't want us to digitize the system that's there now, because it's dysfunctional. I am saying that is what we hope the digitization will do, that it will do that, because I'm telling you, the capers that we have to jump through, and it's not I know you're sensitive, PM, to criticism, but it's constructive criticism. I have had to go there with members of my constituency to ensure that they get the kind of support services they need. I will tell you, my secretary in my constituency office, you know her very well, Member for Lakei, Idale Fraser, was born on the 18th of September. She had one of those old birth certificates. She took it in to get her new birth certificate, and the date was noted as the 16th of September. She wasn't born on the 16th. She was born on the 18th of September. So yes, we celebrate her twice every year. And the reason it hasn't been changed, because even though the mistake was made by the Vital Statistic Officer, they're charging her a fee to have it corrected. These are the things that why I say we don't want to digitize this function. And while we roll out this new system and this new approach, that training in service delivery, member for Freetown, and that special care and attention is given to that. Birth records and death, your death certificate. It's been a battle. It's been an uphill battle in those two areas. And so, again, we welcome an opportunity for this to be modernized and that access is made available to every Belizean citizen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Fort George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to, first of all, thank the Leader of the Opposition for her words this afternoon. I think that, well, both of us were in the House Committee, so this discussion happened also in the House Committee prior to it coming back here to the House. And every representative in this Honorable House will tell you that working or dealing with vital statistics is very difficult. So we welcome this piece of legislation. We welcome the modernization of the services being provided by the Vital Statistics Department now, because after this legislation is passed, it will now be a full-fledged department. And it's important that the Belizean people understand that this is part of what the government promised in Plan Belize, of modernizing, digitizing, making the services provided by government more efficient, more accessible for our population. And so this is certainly a welcome piece of legislation. And similar to the story the Leader of the Opposition gave, I have a similar story. A person in the Fort George Division went to do a late registration, as what they call it. And of course, she found out that she was 1 year older than she thought she was. She thought she was born in 1972. She found out she was born in 1971 because they had registered her birth as the day when they took her in to get registered. So, you know, these types of mistakes are made. And Prime Minister, understand what the Leader of the Opposition is saying in terms of the dysfunction, meaning that there's a lot of records that need cleaning up. There's a lot of records that if you just digitize the mistakes, you're just compounding the mistakes. So we need to go in there, and there needs to be a cleaning of those records. and to make sure that the identity of our Belizean citizens is protected. So certainly it is welcome. In terms of the amendments that were made in the House Committee, just for the benefit of House members and for the public, there were a couple of suggestions and amendments made. The first was in the definition section of the bill. The recommendation was to add definitions of the word guardian and guardianship. We find those two words throughout the bill, throughout the piece of legislation, so it's important to understand what those words mean. In Clause 18, and this is an important part, in Clause 18 it speaks about the late registration. Now we know the current system, Mr. Speaker, is one that all of us know, and it talks about if somebody, they can't find any kind of documentation for this individual, they need to get affidavits. And right now the practice is 6 affidavits of persons 10 years older than them. Well, the problem is if the individual is already up there in years, 75, 80 years old, you have to find 6 people who are 90 years old to certify that this person is who he or she say he or she is. Very, very difficult situation, Mr. Speaker. So the recommendation is to add another clause in there. Right now it says that the late registration will, or the registrar, sorry, shall approve the registration of the birth where a notification of live birth is not available upon the submission of statutory declarations attesting to the birth of the child by 2 of the following persons: the father of the child, the mother of the child, a grandparent of the child, the midwife attending to the delivery of the child, and an immediate family relative of the parents of the child. It was felt by the House Committee, Mr. Speaker, that another section needs to be added in there so that now it has the immediate older family relative of the child himself or herself. So it's not only the immediate family member of the parent of the child, but an immediate family member of the child himself or herself can come in and actually make the declaration and do the registrar's, so that the registrar can certify. Secondly, in Clause 18.2d, it was amended to say Social Security or school records. In the bill right now it says preschool records, and we felt that why limit it to just preschool? Any school record should be able to certify that that person is who he or she say they are. And finally, just to respond to what the Leader of the Opposition said about the penalties and about extending the time for when persons need to, for instance, if they go in and change your name by deed poll. Currently the bill says that you have 3 months to go and change all of your identification if you change your name by deed poll. It was felt that 3 months was too short of a period because there is a significant penalty if you don't do that. So that recommendation is to extend the time to 12 months for that person to go in and change their different identification documents. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill. This is one that the people of Belize have been asking for quite some time. They want to be able to see the services provided by the Vital Statistics Office improved, and I'm sure that with this piece of legislation, that is where we're going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize a member for Freetown.
Before I move the second reading of the bill, I just want to thank the Honourable Member for Albert, the Leader of the Opposition, and the Honourable Member for Fort George for their contributions. I think the Honourable Member for Fort George has comprehensively and effectively outlined our position on the bill. As he pointed out, at the committee level, they have agreed to a number of amendments which we will pass in the committee of the whole. So I think that some of the issues will be addressed there. The one point I want to make is that I think one of the important objectives the bill meets too is in terms of offenses and the penalties for these offenses. I think it's sending a very clear message because, as you all know, for a very, very long time, the Vital Statistics Unit has has had a reputation of a place where there's a lot of fraud, abuse, corruption, and so I think it's important that the bill imposes very clear penalties for anybody who is committing fraud and abuse at the Vital Statistics Unit, whether they're an outside agent or they're working inside the unit. We are sending a very, very clear message, and I hope people at the VSU and others who are involved in this work get that message very, very clearly. You know, I hear people that cry afterwards, oh, I never know I'm going to jail and all of this. It's a very clear message. This is serious business. They take advantage of a lot of poor people, a lot of fraud, a lot of abuse. So people should know that the penalties have been significantly increased to ensure that we stop this abuse that has been taking place for far too long. And certainly, as others have said, the objective is to put in place an effective, modern, functioning, service-oriented Vital Statistics Unit that is responding to the needs of the Belizean people with these very, very, very important services that people access every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, to provide into a department to support the new business operations and functions, to provide for the registration and filing of life events, to provide for harsher penalties for offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, to read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I believe the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration and Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the media and those in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Biologically in every alley we have picture when I got to everybody. So when me face God, you know something. When I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polyshade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
Guys, I'm off to run some errands. Please tidy up this place.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. You make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
So when me face God, you know something. When I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off Mile 37 on the George Price Highway at an unbeatable price. All you need is the initial down payment of $275 Belize dollars. Take advantage and reserve your half-acre home sites today. Emery Village. Join the community. Invest in your future.
Blessed Gardens is servicing home gardens across the country from the nation's capital and helping Belizeans reconnect with nature. We have everything you need for your home garden, so get growing. We have various types of soils: fortified soil, composted soil, potting soil, and pure compost for your garden. We have quality seeds and over 65 varieties of food seedlings for your garden. We even have organic insecticides available, EM soil treatment, and Polishade for your excessive sun or rain. Blessed Gardens has all your garden solution in one location. Call 610-5679. Visit us at the Bumapan Market Plaza or enjoy our free deliveries across the country. Blessed Gardens. Get growing, Belize.
I'm coming back to your heart.
Foundations. Your work must be grounded.
I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Belize Electricity Investments Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members,
welcome to Hannity. We begin tonight.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. No more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by the Church of Christ in your area. Be sure to visit.
Mopping, tiles, furniture, and...
Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. We make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
To increase the ambit and focus of the coastal and ocean governance through mechanisms such as integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning processes to align with international best practices. To provide for holistic integrated coastal and marine management, including the impacts of human interactions, through effective management of ecosystems within the coastal zone and ocean zones, to safeguard the integrity of critical ecosystems, to enhance climate resilience, to promote equitable use
Mopping,
of
tiles,
resources within
furniture,
the coastal zone.
And... Miss, you don't need all of this, man. Only this you need. We make 4 out of this. And it's cheaper than all of them put together.
I want it.
Green Clean. All your cleaning needs in one bottle.
Biologically in every alley we have picture when I got to everybody. So when me face God, you know something. When I think of the love of the Lord.
Spice up your next event with professional lighting. Call 610-5679 and give your audience an experience they'll never forget. Proper stage lighting ensures stage visibility, motivates, and sets the mood of the atmosphere. We provide services for weddings, concerts, parties, dance recitals, and much more. Captivate your audience. Improve your production today. Call Shamax Productions at 610-5679 for quality and professional stage lighting.
Cyber Realty and Development is the leader in providing solutions to the current land crisis in Belize. For homeowners and investors alike, Cyber Realty is offering special deals on half-acre parcels in its new Emery Village development. Enjoy prime land off mile 37 on the George Price Highway.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, to provide for organizational restructuring of the Vital Statistics Unit, to convert the office into a department to support the new business operations and functions, to provide for the registration and filing of life events, to provide for harsher penalties for offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn. It's been a long day. Thank you.
Oh. Sorry. Honorable Member for Albert. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it was a long day, but I will be brief. Before I get into the matter of national concern, on behalf of the members of this side of the House, we also wish to express our solidarity with all those who are fighting cancer, all those who are caretakers, the patients struggling with that really difficult disease. We remember all those who lost the fight. The statistic is 1 in 3 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. This is a matter that is near and dear to my heart. In my family, the statistic is 2 out of 3. And so I believe that we need, all of us need to keep up the awareness of the importance of early detection so that we can have the highest rates of survival for patients who are dealing with this affliction, and not only persons, caregivers. I remember when my sister, who lives in Florida, was going through her treatment, and I went to lend my support. I was traumatized by what she had to endure. I don't know that I was much help to her as a caregiver because I was so traumatized by the difficulty of the treatment. And I think someone said earlier, it's not just the treatment, but what comes after is another whole issue that requires our love and our assurance, our support, our solidarity. The matter I wanted to raise, Mr. Speaker, of national concern is one that my colleague, the Honorable Miguel Guerra, asked me if I could raise briefly on his behalf. He was not able to make it to today's House meeting because he had to take his son for medical care, Guatemala City. Over the weekend, his son was severely beaten by members of the police department, purportedly while he was handcuffed. He was detained, he was handcuffed, and he was severely beaten, and has now been developing new complications, severe head trauma, apparently severe chest pains and stomach pains that would suggest that, and was cautioned that he may have some internal bleeding. And so I raise it because more and more there's a growing mistrust in law enforcement in this country. And I know firsthand that our police officers, or policemen and women, have an arduous and a difficult task. I meet them often after working a full shift at the gas stations and the grocery stores, trying to make extra money to allow ends to meet at home. This month also happens to be Mental Awareness Month. And if I didn't want to make the point about who thief Budna, I would have been in green today, because green is the color in support of mental health. But the mental health of our police men and women, their well-being is important, because I believe while there are rogue cops, there are also those who work very hard at trying their best to deliver safety for our Belizean citizens. And a lot of times when things get out of control, Honorable Prime Minister, you would know this, you don't live on the south side, is because many times the police officers are overstressed, tired, frustrated, and they take it out on their victims. I don't know all the details of the case, member for Caribbean Shores, but it is sufficient that we raise it in the interest of not only the victims and the perpetrators, but also not only the perpetrators, but the victims, so that we can lend as much support as we can to the men and women of the police department who are trying to do a good job. But certainly this kind of abuse at the hand of a police officer, you're handcuffed. If you're handcuffed, you are no threat to the policeman or policewoman who may have detained you. And so Miguel offered his apologies for not being here today, the honorable member for Kaya West, but felt that this was important enough an issue to him and his family, and certainly to many Belizeans who have been victims of police brutality, that he asked me to raise this issue on his behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Albert for her intervention this evening on a very important issue, if indeed that is the case. I certainly will be reaching out to the honorable member for Kaya West, and not just because he's a member of this House, but I would do the same for any citizen of Belize who has a similar issue that they are facing or allegations of this sort. As you would know, member for Albert, it has been our stated and firm position since 2020 that we will not, from the Ministry of Home Affairs and from this government, countenance any sort of abusive or rogue behavior by police officers. And you are perfectly right in saying that it only takes one officer in order to spoil the bunch, so to speak. And so we have been very, very firm in our stance, not just when it comes to dismissal after a tribunal hearing, but charging them criminally in the event that it is that they have behaved in a manner that is not befitting of being a police officer. And so I want to join you in acknowledging all of the hard work and commitment that our officers do day in and day out. I know that it's a very stressful job, but I do not think that that means that they can then take it out on members of the public. And so I will definitely be getting the facts of the case from Honorable Guerra, and we will see where we can go from there. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we end this meeting, I'd just like to remind the leader of the opposition. I also lived for 2 years in the south side, I lived on George Street and Far West Street. Used to walk all of those areas when I was at college. And I have walked almost every street corner in the south side, along with our brothers right here. So I do know the south side. But also I want to align with what the honorable member from Caribbean Shores have said when it comes to police brutality. I do understand sometimes the police are overstressed. I've seen it. Sometimes, they are trying to break up a fight, and then people behind them, they knock them on the head, and so they're humans just like us. But that kind of behavior of hitting somebody with cuffs is completely, totally, utterly unacceptable by this government, and we need to work with haste with these individuals. And our prayers are with the family of the honorable member from Kaya West. I was not aware that happened. I would have called him already, and I hope and pray that his son gets better. That said, Mr. Speaker, best wishes to everyone, and I adjourn. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do not adjourn. All those in favor, can say aye? Aye. Those against, can say no? I believe the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.
Meanwhile, in New York City, mayoral frontrunner Zaran Mandani lead is growing among likely and registered voters, according to Fox News polls. 52% of likely voters back in Mandani, with independent.
Do you enjoy learning and wanting to know more about Christ your Savior? Then join Phil Sanders in Search of the Lord's Ways every Sunday 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Plus TV for half an hour of beautiful hymns and Bible messages. Messages are repeated on Tuesdays at 1:30 and Fridays at 10:30 a.m. Search in the Word for God's will. Know more and do more for the God we love. In Search of the Lord's Ways with Phil Sanders is being brought to you by